Well, basically, Flashpoint, they tried to get in there, make a fight of it, and get the Baron. They didn't end up taking the Baron, it was just a little bit too late, but they came up big, picking up 3 kills. Still 2 Baron buffs on the side of Zenith, though, so they got what they came for, as well as taking down that bottom inhibitor. Now, their mid inhibitor will be spawning very, very soon. So now it's kind of up to Zenith. Can they actually make a push with the pressure of a Baron and that bot inhibitor going down? For sure, but at the same time, Alorum's probably gonna have to be the one to deal with the super minions. But that's gonna spread Flashpoint very thin because then Brian can push up in the top lane. Obviously, he has a teleport, and there's no other global response that Flashpoint has on their team. But they may just look to fight here. As Vladfire tries to find a pick with that slingshot. Now just gonna back away. Oh, Octavian, I believe you may be muted. That's what the chat is trying to say right now. So maybe check that OBS. I can hear you, but OBS might have a different story.
Gosh darn it. When the stream restarted, for some reason it muted my mic. I very much apologize, folks. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but my OBS client just turned itself off then on again. With no warning.
And what we just saw happen right there was Flashpoint blow a lot of ultimates, but Zenith were able to disengage nicely. And that Johnny got the dragon, but that's not the biggest thing happening here. Brian gets another inhibitor. That's the third one he's been able to take down over the course of this game. Trading his life for it once again, though.
Yeah, I mean, his KDA may not be all that impressive, but Brian has had a huge impact on this game. Both side lanes have had their inhibitors broken. One of them twice, and Johnny is going to get a Nexus turret. Zenith is just playing fast and loose with this game. They are so slippery all over the map. I mean, Johnny's going to go down here eventually, but he's trading his life for a turret, and they've done that like 5 times now.
Yeah, but he pulls 3 people into the base, but it actually looks like Flashpoint getting the better of this for now.
I don't know. Sudsy may not go down. Alorum does have a Guardian Angel, though, so they're just going to back off. Cooldown burned. Nothing else really gained. Unless you count an inhibitor and a Nexus turret as being a gain. I don't know. Personally, doesn't seem that good.
Sounds like a gain to me, at least. Now, Zenith within 1,000 gold. But the real story, once again, is that top lane. Brian now 2,500 gold ahead of Alorum's Shen. Shen, obviously a champion that does fine without a lot of income. But Brian definitely putting on the burners this game, trying to do his best to carry this via the Gangplank split push.
Oh no, Tuesday's got out of the front of the fight. He's got quite a lot of shields for them to rip through, though. It looks like they won't be able to rip through them. Sudsy's now going to get bubbled up as he was diving towards the back line, thinking his team had the play, but he's just going to be exterminated by a few placed bullets. There's a flash in from Bitter, but yes, we are seeing Brian TP into the enemy base right in the face of the opposing team. He's on the Nexus turret. He's destroyed one of the Nexus turrets, which was the only one left. The Nexus is now under fire, but we're still seeing Flashpoint going for some kills here. Johnny's going to buy a crucial few seconds with the Zonius. He goes down in the end, and now it's Brian in the 1v1. He gets taunted back, but it doesn't matter. 36 minutes in, Brian closes out the game with a teleport backdoor.
Zenith Esports, Brian, are you out of your mind? They don't even need to team fight. And that game, they could have lost it right there if Brian had stayed with the team and tried to fight. Because Sudsy was dropped right off the bat. Brian pulls the trigger on the teleport, gets into the enemy base, and that was all set up via his and Johnny's split push. There were 2 inhibitors down, even 1 Nexus turret dropped. They win the game down 18 kills and down 2,500 gold.
All right, now that was only game 1 of the night, folks. Please do stay tuned. We're going to get the teams into the next lobby and into the next game as soon as possible. My name is Octavian. I'm joined by Ender L. This is the Imperial Pro League Finals. Don't go anywhere. Alright, folks, my name is Octavian. I am joined by the Ender L, who this time you should be able to see his smile and mug. And we are into the picks and bans of our second game of our finals of the season, of the night, of whatever you want, because this is the Imperial Pro League Finals. That was a hell of a match, Ender.
Oh, yes it was. Brian putting on the real carry pants. Not the most mechanical play we've seen out of him, not the best laning, not the best team fighting, not the best anything besides the best split push I've seen in a very long time, because he absolutely ruined Flashpoint from a global perspective, from that split push, able to take down 3 inhibitors over the course of the game, as well as a Nexus turret and the actual Nexus.
Well,
really impressive.
This is not good. My client is not showing through right now on the stream. It's not a cast with Ender L unless there's technical difficulties.
It really
anyways, we'll have to do the client's radio style until we can actually get it visually on screen for the fine folks here. But hopefully we'll be able to get that up very shortly. We may have to fiddle some other stuff around on OBS. In the meantime, do you mind telling the fine folks what's going on in the pick band?
For sure. So it is now Flashpoint on the blue side, because Zenith has the side choice for games 2 and 4. So they chose red, interestingly enough. All the teams opting for the red side. Flashpoint bans away Hecarim, Gangplank, and Fiora. No real surprise on the Gangplank ban. And then we see Zenith banning Olaf, Karma, Rek'Sai. So the same sort of bans that we saw in game 1. Nidalee still on the table. Gnar still on the table, interestingly enough. That was a champion that was banned away previously. And Graves also on the table. That's going to be first picked by Flashpoint. I assume that's going to Vladfire in the jungle.
Alright, well, it seems I can't get the client to work currently, at least maybe not with the overlay. Yeah, we're going to have to, oh, darn, that's being strange. There we go. I've got me and Ender on the side of the client. Sadly, we can't use the overlay right now for some reason. I don't know what's up with my OBS, but for some reason the overlay is not cooperating. So I've got me and tiny little Ender above me and the lead client next to us. We're going to be going basic today, but one way or another, we've got good League of Legends coming your way, whether or not we've got a client before it.
Come on, man. I'm not tiny. I'm 6'7".
Well,
no lie.
The stream doesn't reflect that. Right now you're sitting on top of my head.
Yeah, you know, I don't know why I'm casting League of Legends and not playing basketball, to be honest. That's what I really should be doing right now, spending my time. But you can see now the picks for Zenith. That's Gnar and Trundle. So once again, Njiji on the Trundle support. Gnar, obviously a very lane-dominant champion in the top lane, and the only real pick that we've seen contest with it in the 1v1 has been the Kennen. Specifically, if you ever watch LCK, if you watched the recent gauntlet run that Samsung was able to win to qualify for that 3rd seed in Worlds, Cuvée played that Kennen into Gnar almost every chance he got and was an absolute madman on it. Going for some interesting setups in the runes as well. Now, I'm going to get all in-depth on the Kennen stuff if we actually see it, but just know that I will do that because I was for a long time, probably about 2 or 3 seasons, a Kennen main/one trick, so I hope we see it out of Alorim, but I know he's got a lot of different champions up his sleeve.
I don't think I've ever actually seen Alorim play Kennen, sadly.
Oh,
wow, okay.
Okay, I'm going to assume that is a mistake, or, you know, Vladfire disconnected or something, so
or a placeholder pick. Sometimes if a player doesn't have all the champions, they'll pick a placeholder pick.
That's true.
But you know, like, let's just say they picked Yorick, and they meant to pick Yorick, and Yorick is a champion, like a real champion in League of Legends. Crazy, I know, but let's just say, what plan could they have with Lulu?
Okay, so you all know the Yorick rework is on PvE, and we're gonna be getting that new Yorick soon. That's not here just yet. So this is old Yorick, or current Yorick, whatever you want to call it. The only time I've ever seen Yorick, and keep in mind this was like 2 to 3 seasons ago, is I believe it was played in Europe as a jungle pick with some sort of hyper carry, AD carry. Whether or not it was, I believe actually a season ago, Unicorns of Love played it with a Cassiopeia in the mid lane. to try and just keep that champion alive for the late game. So I do think the champion has its merits. It's very strong in the lane, just a bully with a lot of the damage, but it falls off significantly in the mid to late game unless you can ulti a pretty strong carry that can just 1v5 the fights for your team.
I have just been told, though, by Sammy B, one of the coaches for Zenith, that Yorick is a placeholder pick. It's meant to be Jhin. It's just that Vladfire didn't have it in the champ pool, so they had to pick something else. We're going to be going out of the client and then back into our pick spans very shortly, just so that we can get the Jhin correctly picked. They didn't want to pick some of their other picks before it. So,
I mean, they even picked the Cassiopeia I was talking about.
Yeah, no, this honestly wouldn't be a terrible,
and
protect the Cass comp. They've got Tahm Kench, they've got Lulu, they've got Yorick. They can just keep that Cassiopeia alive for a whole fight, but the problem is they don't have an AD carry in this comp, unless they want to send Tahm Kench to the jungle, Graves to AD carry, Yorick top, and Cassiopeia mid.
Yeah, and I've seen stranger things. You know, I saw yesterday a Protect the Master Yi composition with like Morgana, Shen, Lulu mid. Like, it was ridiculous. But talking about the Gnar matchup, Alorem is actually bringing out the lane Lulu unless it's a top lane Tahm Kench. That's the other way that could go. So those two picks could flex around. And we'll have to wait until we actually get back into Champion Select to figure out where exactly those are going.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like one of the players did crash, so we're going to have just a few moments while we wait for the players to get everything sorted, and then we get the correct picks and bans out for you. And hopefully I'll be able to sort out what's up with my OBS in that time. But we will be right back, folks. Give us just a few minutes. Alright, is the client working now with the overlay? No, it is not. Darn it, folks. Anyways, we do have the teams correctly locked in. Let me just get to the wait screen. And we're just going to wait through the spectator delay before they get into the match. Just wanted to give you folks an update. Both teams have picked. Since you can't see the client for some odd reason, I will just go a run through on the teams once again while we wait for Ender to get back as well. And it's Lulu, Graves, Cassiopeia, Jhin, and Tahm Kench for the side of Flashpoint, whereas Zenith is going to be running with a Gnar top lane, a Lee Sin jungle, Syndra mid for Sudsy, which we've seen a few times. Sudsy is actually quite a proficient Syndra player, and then an Ashe and Trundle bottom lane. So give us just 3 minutes to count through the spectator delay. We'll be in game. Get hyped, because if that first match is anything to go by, the rest of the series is going to be pretty darn awesome. And me and Ender will be right back in just a few moments.
these nights are getting shorter, lack of energy I'll conquer. In my soul, this is real. These nights are getting shorter. In my soul, this is real.
Alrighty, well, Ender, it's not a cannon top, but it is a Yordle nonetheless, as we have a Lulu top for Alorum. What are your thoughts on that one?
Honestly, I haven't seen much Lane Lulu ever since she got nerfed many patches ago. But she did receive some buffs too, specifically the Whimsy, adding attack speed onto that, which seems a little odd this game, especially because your two 80 carries, as it were, with the Graves in the jungle and the Jhin at the 80 carry role, they both really don't utilize attack speed all that well. Now, they do get buffed up a little bit, but attack speed isn't really what they're known for.
Is it perhaps the legendary on-hit Lulu build?
Honestly?
Are we going to see the Gnasher's Tooth, the Wit's End, perhaps?
I would love to see it. Like, I think it would actually be really bad this game because they don't really have a dedicated tank besides the Tom Kench, and you just need to buff up whichever carry is gonna die first, pretty much. But I wouldn't be surprised to see it. We've seen Alorum play some interesting things throughout the course of the season. Lulu top, definitely not standard at all, at least in season 6. A couple seasons ago, it was very strong. But recently, haven't seen much. What I do absolutely love from the Flashpoint composition is the Tom Kench as a response to this incredibly heavy pick composition coming out from Zenith, with the Syndra, the Ashe, the Lee Sin. Everything about them screams, let's pick off this one target. And Tom Kench just, gluttonous as he is, will walk on up there, eat up anyone that Zenith tries to focus down, and if he can't, there's always the wild growth from Lulu to stop any form of aggression.
Yeah, Tom Kench he loves an ally that's seasoned with a good bit of CC. He's happy to get the flavor of a crystalline arrow on one of his carries before he takes a munch on him. And I'm sure Very Bitter will have a few good targets for that Swallow.
Yeah, and just gone ahead and check with the Alorum setup. I'm checking him right now, and he doesn't have too much attack speed, so I don't think he would be going for that setup. I think he'd be running something.
I wasn't 100% serious.
No, honestly, I've seen it in solo queue, and I wouldn't be surprised if Alorum were to pull it out.
I don't know if seen it in solo queue is the best sort of justification for arguing for a build in the finals of the IPL. I mean, I know we're no LCS here. But these teams they're pretty high caliber, I'd like to think. I like to think we do good work.
No, for sure.
I'm just kidding, I'm just joking with you.
Hey, Alorum played crazier things before.
That's true, that's very true. Alorum is not exactly known for his conventionality.
Early gank.
Yeah, Sudsy's already at half health, but then again, so is Tuesday. Both ghosts pop to match the movement speed of one another. Now Joel's going to get cut off by a pillar as his support is roaming towards the mid lane to go for this fight. Joel's going to get exhausted. He's just left high and dry here. He flashes into the try, but Nijijin, Tricky, and Kinvex are going to flash after him. First blood going to the Ash.
Wow, really well played there from Zenith's duo lane. And honestly, Joel just staying a little bit too far forward when his support had left him. And, you know, pick comps work when the Tahm Kench isn't anywhere close, and even though it's early in the game, Joel was taken out.
Very Bitter's taking a bite out of Niji. He's tossed him under the turret. The heal popped there from Kingvex to keep him alive, but it's in response to the flash and exhaust from Very Bitter.
Tahm Kench, honestly, just a monster if you try to fight him. And now Brian, looking like he may get dope here, but it's pretty early in the game.
Oh man, he could just go down to Alorum. There's Vladfire with the finish. And this game is already proving to be pretty action-packed.
Yeah,
4 minutes in, we've
not
had
really
3 or
in
4
the
kill
favor,
attempts.
Yeah, not in the favor of one team over the other, though. You know, Zenith started off with the kill onto Joel, but then Flashpoint respond with some pressure in the top lane. I don't think the top lane is going to be the match that really swings this game, but if Flashpoint put some pressure on
that was actually really clever from Brian. Teleporting in on the cannon and he was trying to last hit. Forced him to stick around for it. Maybe he had the kill there if Alorum wasn't somebody like Lulu, who can just kind of leave a hairy situation. But still I like the sort of mind games.
Yeah, Brian took a lot of damage there too, which isn't going to be the greatest for him as he just got back into lane, already starting off a little bit chunked. But I do think that a Flashpoint can shut down the split push from Brian, now on a really strong split pusher in the Gnar. If they can kind of take that win condition out of the picture for Zenith, they're going to have a much easier time come this mid to late game where they kind of got outclassed by his split push pressure in game 1.
Yeah, on that note, how well do you think Alorum's pick is going to hold up in the split pushing situation? Like, if it comes to the 1v1, say 20 minutes into this game between Gnar and Lulu, do you really think Lulu can stand up in that?
I don't think she can actually 1v1 Brian, but I do think that it should be really hard for Brian to actually get a kill onto Alorum with the Wild Growth and the Whimsy to get out of there, unless Alorum is just horribly mispositioned. Like the only way I see Brian actually getting a kill is if, you know, some of the towers have already been taken down and Brian actually comes around Alorum and gets behind him between Alorum and his base. And then he can kind of run him down. But if he's just going straight at the Lulu, I think Alorum can just, you know, press that W and scoot on out.
True, but while he may be able to escape, would Alorum be able to stand up to like just the pressure and be able to clear the waves fast enough so that Brian isn't able to take turrets down, or even just get a huge farm advantage, pull people top lane, draw some attention?
It's hard to say, because at the same time, Brian's going to want to split push, but he also has to worry about the ever-present Abyssal Voyage coming out of the Tahm Kench pickup. So it's definitely going to be risky for him to go for a play like that. Whether or not Alorum can hold, we have to wait and find out.
Alorum maybe in some trouble here, actually. Yeah, Johnny now with the Dragon's Rage is looking to get into a mark to kick him back. There's a flash immediately from Alorum, respecting the flash potential insect maneuver, but still could be going down as Alorum is going to get knocked back anyways. Oh, that's unfortunate for Brian. He burned the Gnar, but he was already dead.
Yeah, really nicely played there from Johnny, holding on to the kick and until he got that perfect angle to knock Alorum away from his tower. And the return pressure, this is what Flashpoint did not want. They don't want this Gnar having any chance, at least in this early stage of the game. Because if that is gone from Zenith, or if Zenith can actually get an advantage in that top lane after losing out in the beginning, they're subject to that split push pressure once again. Now Johnny, he has a pink ward to hop the wall, and he may just have to use it. Yeah, unfortunate that he's got to burn the pink there, but that's not too terrible a position for it. It's going to catch people turning that corner, I suppose, and it's worth it to save his own life. You know, we've focused a lot on this top lane, but just one last point I want to make this game before we move on maybe to some other matters is there are 2 other lanes and a jungle for us to theory craft about, but you talk about how they really want to shut down Brian, and it makes some sense given that he was the catalyst for the end of last game. I mean, he solo won the game with the teleport for the backdoor, but he was 0-3-5 when he did that.
Like, how much more do you need to shut a man down? It's not like they fed him before that happened.
No, they didn't, and I think it was just kind of it was the Shen Gangplank matchup, to be honest, a little bit. Obviously, Aloran probably could have played it a little bit better sticking in that lane, but once again, Shen has to be with his team because he's not going to do anything in the split push game up against Brian's Gangplank, especially last game. And it's just maybe a little bit of shot calling, maybe getting a little over ambitious with the Stand United. But this game on a new champion, Tuesday on the same.
Oh, very nice flash, but the petrification doesn't land. Johnny was just out of range of it, and that may cost Tuesday his life, but he slithers his way back. He's getting some distance. There's the flash for Johnny. He is not playing around anymore. And Sudsy picking up the kill on the Vladfire means it's a 2-for-0 trade going over to Zenith.
Yeah, not quite the same game we're seeing already off the bat. Tuesday in game 1 would have turned that around and picked himself up a kill. Not holding true in this game too, and Zenith, they won game 1 down gold, down kills, down a significant amount of kills as it was, and this game with an early lead and a strong composition, maybe looking to close this one out a little bit sooner and a little bit more confidently.
Yeah, and what they really have are the tools to make a use of a lead once they get one. They've got Syndra, Ashe, Lee Sin even. Once they get a gold lead, they can make picks happen. Tom Kensher knows somebody's going to be hit by an arrow or kicked back into a team fight or something like that. So once they fall behind, which it looks like they're starting to, Flashpoint's going to have to play really cautiously.
Oh, and that's an Infernal Dragon soloed out there by Johnny, whose play has honestly been very, very good in this early game thus far. 2-0-1, has a 10 CS advantage over Vladfire's Graves jungle, and he was also able to solo out the Infernal Drake as that was all going down. So really, really nice out of him, propelling his team to this early game lead they have right now.
Johnny be good tonight.
Johnny definitely be good tonight. Zenith's bot lane be good too.
Very Bitter is a very, very tanky fish, but maybe not tanky enough. The Q lands, and Johnny's following it under the turret. Bitter's going to flash away, but Johnny finishes the kill anyways. Now Joyle's flashing forward to try and finish one of his own. Meanwhile, the 1v1 in the top lane so far is holding just about even. Brian is going to transform very soon. We'll see if he re-engages. It looks like he just wants the health back off the passive. And that's going to be about it. That was a lot less exciting than I thought it was. Oh, no! There's the toss against the wall. Vladfire's going for the dive. Aloram's going to knock him up. But Vladfire doesn't do much.
He was diving those minions, taking those out. Really putting the hurt on the AI from...
I got so excited, and then Vladfire shot some minions.
Yeah, just didn't have... I mean, Graves it's very hard to dive with because... Obviously, his auto attacks
can be body blocked,
they target the closest enemy object, enemy, champion, minion, whatever it is. So with a tower there blocking his autos with those minions as well, gonna be very hard unless Brian was extremely low on HP. But at the same time, the first turret takedown going over to Zenith in the bottom lane, and if we revisit that gank that happened from Johnny. Very Bitter, there was no world in which he should have gone down because he had the flash. He completely disrespected the Sonic Wave coming out of Johnny and ended up paying the very bitter price for it.
How many times are we going to use that?
Come on, man. I love it. I love it.
You know, another point that we haven't hit yet, we haven't talked too much about this mid lane, but I gotta give props to Sudsy. Last game, Tuesday had a beautiful performance on the Cassiopeia, particularly in laning phase, and we mentioned how a good few ganks, Tuesday actually managed to turn them around, but this time, Sudsy's actually the one ahead by 10 CS, and you know, maybe it's because he's on this Syndra pick. I've seen him on it like 3 or 4 times now throughout the season, and he always seems to perform, so I like seeing him onto the Syndra here as opposed to the Vladimir, which I had never really seen him on before.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of an early game focus coming out of the Zenith lineup as a whole, not to mention this mid. Now Sudsy caught out.
Yeah, everybody's going to be cutting him off of the Abyssal Voyage, but Johnny is waiting there to try and save his mid laner. Deadly Flourish comes out, Very Bitter gets kicked back as he takes the jump and bite out of Sudsy. Sudsy tries to answer with a kill into Aloran, but oh man, Johnny is a traitor.
Traitor! Johnny kicks
Oh,
Sudsy.
whoa.
And Aloram gonna get dove on.
He's got the ulti. The knockup not landing on a Niji though, and Aloram has to flash away.
This would be different if it was Zenith with the Jhin this game. They maybe could have shot at Alarm a couple more times, but they've got the Ashe, just that one long-range ulti to lock him down, and once that was gone, Alarm was able to make his way on out of there. Niji, he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, he took a little bit of a dangerous corner, but Tuesday was slowed, couldn't keep up.
Oh man, Johnny, I just can't get over that right there.
It was a matter of poor timing.
A little bit. He wanted to kick him away before the Devour came through, but, you know, a little bit delayed there on the kick perhaps, as Zenith going to be grouped up in the top lane, going to take down yet another tower. But Flashpoint
Tuesday is popping a ghost.
to get something for it.
Tuesday in particular wants something for it. He's going to get exhausted. Slow. He's sped forward by the Whimsy as well as his ghost. Continuing, there's the slow onto the back of King Vex. Oh, another pillar. But it looks like Tuesday's flashing in for the auto to finish off the kill.
Wow, this support trundle out of Niji has been really, really stellar both games, to be honest. Almost saving King Vex's life. Made Tuesday use that flash, and because there was so much pressure put up in the top lane to stop that push, Flashpoint end up losing the mid lane here. Zenith, for a team that finished behind Flashpoint in the regular season, they have been putting on an absolute clinic when it comes to macro play in these first two games thus far.
And I mean, Zenith is the only team to have ever taken a game off of Flashpoint. It was about midway through the season, and while Flashpoint has never lost a series, they have lost a single game, and that is to the team they're facing right now. Tuesday's going to be walloped, and that'll be the end of that for him. Flash over the wall gets Vlad fired to safety, and the fourth shot lands on Sudsy for a bit of pain. Deadly Flourish to follow, actually. But that'll be about that.
Yeah, really nice Gnar there from Brian, catching two carries up against the wall. Now Johnny goes in.
Yeah, very bitter is the target. The exhaust now onto Johnny, though, and he may be regretting his Lee Syndrome at this point. He's eaten up and tossed back. The Dragon's Rage will gain some distance, but Joyle's still on his tail. They're going to turn their fire to Nijujin Shiriki, as the rest of Zenith turns their fire to a turret and takes a secondary mid lane turret down.
Yeah, tower for a support kill. Definitely a worth trade for Zenith there. Even picking up that blue buff, taking that one away from Tuesday once again, as Johnny has just been living inside of Flashpoint's jungle. Going for a more interesting build on the Lee Sin, honestly. Usually we see the Warrior enchant come out, but he realizes his role within the team is to be another frontliner for them. Even though he has these early kills, and you know, I wonder if it may come back to bite them a little bit in the late game, having all these kills on a tank Lee Sin. But definitely doing well right now, 4,000 gold ahead.
And, I mean, with the pace this game is going, I don't know how far into the late game we're going to get. We've already got, what is that, 4 turrets down for the side of Zenith, and we're only 16 minutes in. And this is going to be a dragon almost certainly falling here. It's the Mountain Drake. Maybe contested. I mean, if Johnny wants to rush in there, but it's down too quickly.
Flashpoint just a little bit too late to get back, or rather Zenith a little bit too late to get back there, as they did have to recall out after taking down that second mid tower. And the next dragon is going to be yet another Infernal. Remember that Johnny did solo that one out earlier, so the dragons score even, but Infernal to Mountain, see that as you may, but I'm going to definitely take the Infernal any day of the week.
And I very much apologize to the people watching. It seems like it's evened out, but there were some frame drops. Perhaps it hasn't evened out. There were some frame drops earlier. That's a result of some poor weather, I've been told, where I'm living. In the room I'm in, it's almost soundproofed, as during Pix and Bands you probably could see behind me, and I don't have any windows in here that aren't blacked out, so I can't tell what's going on outside in the big wide world, but apparently there's a storm going on right now, and it is messing with my internet. So hopefully it doesn't get too bad, and hopefully we can keep on broadcasting, but that is an update on why the stream may have some issues moving forward.
So glad I could hear about your life story right there, Octavian. Is looking at a dive here, but
it was relevant! Johnny is diving under the turret, though he's gonna get petrified! And the shutdown for Tuesday.
Oh, Johnny. Johnny boy, where are you going right there? Probably not expecting Tuesday to be there, but you know, we mentioned that there's always the threat of an Abyssal Voyage coming in from Very Bitter, with whoever he wants to take with him on that journey. Didn't end up making too much of an impact right there, but you know, Zenith kind of have to rein it in a bit, because there's always that opening for Flashpoint to get back into this game. We saw Zenith turn it on Flashpoint in Game 1. Now Flashpoint maybe looking to do the same against Zenith, but Zenith still in a pretty commanding lead thus far.
Alright, and it seems like my connection is not terrible anymore. This is quite frustrating. Ender, please, you're cursing everything. You're making it all go haywire with your very presence. I'm just blaming this on Ender because I don't want to take the responsibility myself. I'm very sorry, folks. Blame it on the forces of nature.
Just blame it on me. I've given up, or blame it on Riot. It's probably Riot's fault, you know. They usually are behind these things. It's just a big conspiracy to make sure the IPL never gets bigger than LCS. They're just trying to shut it down.
They're afraid of the competition.
The
oh man, Aloran may be in some trouble. Brian the is chunking now with the Rift Herald buff on top of all the other damage he's got. It. Oh, the arrow doesn't quite land. So close though. That must have put the hairs on the back of Aloran's neck straight up. Oop. Very Bitter interrupts some balls flying towards Vladfire, and that actually cancels out the balls entirely. There were 6 coming his way, and there's only 3 in the ground because the animation didn't complete.
Just gobbles them up, and then all of a sudden Syndra's magic disappears out of the air. Not sure if that's how magic really works in the real world, or if magic even exists, man. I don't know anymore.
You know, somehow I think it maybe doesn't.
You sure about that? I mean,
moderately.
I've seen some crazy things, man.
Moderately, sure.
Not nearly as crazy as that backdoor in Game 1, though, to be honest.
Oh. According to my OBS monitor, we are back up at a reasonable bit rate. I fiddled around with a few settings, and the stream should be a lot cleaner now. I very much apologize for that earlier. Hopefully that is the case. If not, then... well, I'm not entirely sure what else to keep on doing. And, in the meantime, let's get back to the match at hand.
Just gotta believe.
I'm really sorry about this, guys.
Oh?
Tuesday chasing down Nijijin there is going to force him to flash over the wall, and Tuesday has been a menace this game despite a less than stellar laning phase. Stellar being the mark that he set last game, but oh man, the flash away from the wall up there. Tuesday found a tiny little moment in time to be able to flash between the CC chain. Brian, they just get slowed by the 4th shot. Tuesday, though, is walking a little bit too far up. Very Bitter is going to give him some safety that he much needed. Pull him back out of the fight. How many times does his Cassiopeia get saved? Vladfire gets saved by the heal! Ooh, they are living by inches, but Johnny is here with a ruler, and he is looking for those inches back. Oh, ooh.
So close once again.
Oh, he's found Very Bitter. Maybe Very Bitter gets out of this one by an inch as well. He kicks him away, but he didn't have the kill, but he did have an auto. And Brian Diaz was there to provide with the double kill.
Wow, and you know, Brian gets the credit for it, but Johnny with the incredible flank and getting the double knock-up with his kick there. And I thought that was the fight where Flashpoint was going to turn this game around because they were able to solo out one right at the beginning of it, and Johnny didn't show up until the very end, but it got turned around on them. Once again, Zenith taking the fight, taking yet another tower. Very Bitter played the grumpy man at the party for a long time, but
denied so many kills.
It wasn't enough in the end.
Here's Johnny.
There's Johnny. Johnny.
So
boy.
many different
I
ways.
Johnny boy.
How many different bad jokes can we make with this man's name? Let me count the ways. So far, I think like 4. Maybe?
Probably more jokes than frames we're getting, Octavian.
No, I fixed it. I'm hearing from the chat that I fixed it.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
And the frames were fine. It was just the connection that's screwy. And I'm not taking the blame for lightning. I may be amazing, but I'm not literally godlike. Vladfire, though, not looking too godlike himself. He's getting chased backwards, but Very Bitter is here from the other end of an Abyssal Voyage to give him a little bit of help. But whenever a small fight breaks out, it just grows into a big one between these two teams as they call in more and more reinforcements. Very Bitter gets deleted. I don't know if he had the gray health available there to him. There's the stun on the Vladfire as he tries to quick draw his way away, but he simply wasn't quick enough for that draw. Now Aloran will fall shortly thereafter as Johnny shows him his best foot forward. And this is Zenith just now taking full control of this game. The last 2 fights have been decisively in their favor.
Yeah, Johnny can definitely put his best foot forward, but Tuesday can't say the same. Yeah, I'm still on that one right now. No feet.
I see. Yep.
There you go. I see, said the blind man, as he picked up his hammer and saw. But this Infernal Drake, we're done with the bad jokes. We're done. But this game turning out to be a bad joke for Flashpoint, as they are
harsh.
significantly behind now, about 7,500. It's looking like from my end. 6 towers to 2, double Infernals on the side of Zenith. Just able to pump out so much damage right now. Really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and something I think I mentioned earlier on is that amount of damage, that amount of lead on the back of a team comp that can engage basically whenever they want. Every single one of their champs has some form of engage, be it hard or soft. There's everything from Trundle Pillar to Crystalline Arrow is available to them to make fights happen. So while they have a lead, it's going to be really easy for them to keep on snowballing that lead, provided they pick good fights.
Yeah, and I'm not fully convinced on the Flashpoint composition. I do think that, Joyle might just go down here.
Joyle doesn't need much more convincing, but he does flash his way to safety.
Yeah, but going back to the composition, I think the Lulu is actually okay here because it's a lot of disengage along with the Tom Kench and the Cassiopeia to try and stop aggression from Zenith, but the Graves pick I think could have been swapped out for something else to maybe help them out just a little bit more to disengage these fights. And yes, a lot of the meta junglers were banned away. Obviously Graves Gragas took a big hit on this patch, so not really looking for that with the Cask to try and knock back Zenith, but something else besides the Graves maybe, because you have the Cassiopeia and the Jhin for the big damage in the team fights. And it just feels like they get run down here, but Invex may be in trouble.
He heals his way out of the curtain call range, but the damage has already been done, and actually he was still within it, at least enough for Joyle to get that final bullet out.
Yeah, lands 4 out of 4 shots right there. Definitely working out. Johnny, behind enemy lines.
Yeah, you can start up with the Deadly Flourish. He's rather tanky, though, and highly mobile. May take a little bit of doing to finish him off. Ward hopping over a wall, creating some distance. Looks like he may have created enough, actually. He flashes forward, he's going for the hoppier onto Joyle, but the Q didn't land, and now he's just going to be kicking Joyle back right into the waiting stun of the Syndra, but a stun from Tuesday will lock Sutzy up as he was starting the ult animation.
Can we just talk for a moment about how that's the second time this game Johnny has just killed his mid laner Sudzy? I mean, this time at least it wasn't direct. He didn't kick Sudzy, who was inside Tom Kench's belly, into the enemy team, but Sudzy was just trying to help, man,
and we still have the Great Escape.
Out to dry.
We still have the Great Escape going on. The Deadly Flourish catches at maximum range. Johnny's made his way into the enemy base. The story will soon be over. We'll see how it ends. Collateral damage doesn't connect. He gets a little bit of health back off the minions. He's regenning because, I believe, of an Ocean Drake. He's got quite a bit of regen actually going on. That's the red buff. Sorry, the red buff change. Now, as Niji is there to try and save him, but he has to flash away himself. Subjugate to get some health back. Now Niji is the one in the Great Escape. Deadly Flourish finds him. Glitterlance as well, and Johnny makes it out, once again betraying his team.
Oh, Johnny, was it worth it to sacrifice 2 members of your team to get out there alive? Save the shutdown gold, I guess. But, you know, maybe in between games, Sudzy and Nujiji are going to exchange some less than friendly words with Johnny Boy.
I mean, that was Nujiji putting himself out on a limb for Johnny, though.
Yeah,
Johnny maybe didn't ask for that.
He didn't necessarily ask for it, but I mean that was a rough one to say the least, losing 2 members for what could have easily just been 1. I mean, Johnny may have been able to just escape as it was. Lee Sin just being the slippery champion that we know him to be, maybe didn't even need the help, at least right off the bat from Sudzy, but gets out at the end, so I guess mission accomplished for Zenith. But they are leaving some room for Flashpoint to get their foot back in the door in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Flashpoint is very good at getting their feet through doors, if we want to extend the metaphor. They are not.
No,
exactly...
they're not. They don't have feet on all of their characters.
Please. They've got enough. They've got 8 of them. If they had Hecarim, they'd then make up for the lack on Tuesday, but no, Vladfire is on Graves. And actually, you know, Hecarim would have been a cool pick here. But I think it was banned. I'm pretty sure it was banned.
Yeah, I think so. There's been a heavy jungle focus this entire game. But the focus is now into very bitter.
Yeah, he's gonna get caught out here. The Crystalline Arrow comes down. He just about has enough time to pop his gray health. He gets kicked away, but Johnny's there to make up for the potential mistake.
Yeah, and that's the way to play around the Tom Kench. Tom Kench obviously great at stopping engagements and picks onto his allies, but when all the CC goes directly onto him, not necessarily in that great of a position, as he doesn't have any dashes to get himself out of there. Flashpoint looking for the 4v5 though.
Yeah, and Vladfire's going really ham into this one. The exhaust drop, there's the stun right after he tries to cleanse off some CC, and he's going to be going down. Joyle backing off with the benefit of a Lulu, does have some good peel, but Johnny is there after the peel has already been spent. However, they have a lot of damage to toss his way, with Tuesday still basically full health and full mana. A lot of resources still left for this Cassiopeia, and we'll see how hard Tuesday can carry the last few moments of this fight. There's the double kill going over to Joyle. Tuesday was just untouched, and he belted out so much damage there. I wish we had one of those fancy LCS calculators for how much damage somebody did during a fight, but I imagine Tuesday did like at least 30-40%.
Yeah, those would be great. Replays would be great, but unfortunately, we just don't have that, so we have to make do with what we have, and that was really nice play from Flashpoint and a little bit of an over-commit from Zenith. They saw the 4 versus 5, or 5 men in their favor and tried to go in, but Cassiopeia Jhin great at turning these fights around, because whenever Zenith get low and have to turn tail, Tuesday and Joyle can just run them down. Now Flashpoint, Vladfire isn't quite here yet, but he should make it in time. Johnny can't say the same for him.
That is a well-placed pillar, locking them in the Baron pit, but they don't have anything to throw at them while they're locked in there. Very Bitter's going to get stunned up. However, there's the secure. Yeah, Vladfire able to smite that one down. Johnny is not around to contest, and Gnar is no longer around at all. There's Johnny showing up maybe a little bit late to the fight. Oh!
Joyle on this. Jhin has been absolutely outstanding. Game 1, he was a monster. Even though Flashpoint dropped Game 1, Joyle, I think, died one time in the entire game, had around 9 kills to his name. Once again, doing fantastically on that champion of his. And, you know, I wonder if Zenith are maybe going to start putting some bans onto it, because he has been playing it so incredibly well.
Or first picking it away from him, since they are going to be blue side next game.
Absolutely, and you know, Flashpoint has put an early focus on that, picking him very early in the drafts these games. And they're back in this one with the Baron buff. They have the positioning to take this Ocean Drake. And you know, they're once again in this game. We didn't count them out, because we said that Zenith was kind of sloppy at closing this game out, and they were. And now Flashpoint have a definitive chance, a very realistic chance of coming back in this.
Yeah, getting a Baron steal certainly doesn't hurt your chances of a comeback, and while they do have every turret outside of their inhibitor turrets downed, they thankfully at least have not been breached in terms of an inhibitor. So Brian getting a split push like he did last game seems a little bit less likely this match, given that there's no open inhibitors for him to take advantage of this time around.
Yeah, and it's kind of a reverse of Game 1, honestly, between the teams, because last game, it was Zenith on the back foot. Granted, they had the turret lead, but they were always down in gold, down in kills. Now this game, it's Flashpoint holding on and keeping this gold lead for Zenith very, very short. Only about 3k at the moment, and they're the ones pushing in Zenith right now.
Yeah, and pushing them in pretty hard in the top side.
Look at Ryan's positioning, though. He's behind him.
Yeah, he's halfway to Mega Gnar, and he's getting it very quickly. There he is, positioned on 3 members. A beautiful toss against the wall. Joyle is his target, and he instantly gets him shut down with a little bit of help from Johnny. Brian's going to be chased down and probably killed here, but his job is done. Very likely. I mean, maybe Flashpoint can turn this one around. They've gotten 2 kills back, but a 3-man stun from Sudsy. That was an amazing scatter of the week, and he is not done. Tossing a few more balls Vladfire's way. And Very Bitter will fall as something of an afterthought.
Yeah, even though Flashpoint was the team with the numbers advantage at the sort of second half of that team fight, they had 4 members up while Zenith only had 3. Tuesday got incredibly chunked out from the unleashed power of Sudsy, and that meant that he couldn't really kite it all within the fight. Didn't actually get that blue buff. That one went over to Sudsy right there, but that was the reason why Zenith were able to win out in that there. The AD carry from Flashpoint was down, and Tuesday was unable to assist the remaining members, so Zenith, once again, winning out in the team fights as they kind of pull the reins back in on this game and take the bull by the horns, as it were.
And I've got to give some really mad props, as the young kids say these days, to Sudsy in that fight, because he was so patient with his stun, with the scatter of the week, and he timed it just as Very Bitter was vomiting Joyle back up. So he landed the 3-man stun at just the right moment to clinch a team fight that still looked like it could go one way or another.
Yeah, and that was another big issue, I think, for Flashpoint's team fight, because Very Bitter did not use the Devour, his first cooldown of Devour, onto Joyle. He used it onto Vladfire, I believe, who isn't your primary damage source in these fights. It's all up to Tuesday and Joyle to dish out the DPS, and that left Joyle completely vulnerable to Brian's excellent Gnar ulti. He was kind of sitting in that small brush in the top lane, waiting for Flashpoint to push up a little bit too far forward, ended up seeing that opportunity, went in and locked Joyle up against the wall, and they took him out right at the beginning, and that's why the fight was so in favor of Zenith.
Yeah, and so some really solid plays from the solo laners overall in that particular skirmish, but interestingly enough, it hasn't really seemed to have too much of an effect on how the map is playing out right now. They won the fight, but all they really did was defend off their turret. They got some vision control now on the top side of the map, and neither side is really able to make any sort of push happen off the back of it.
No Vladfire, no flash here.
Yeah, there's the crystalline arrow. After that, the unleashed power. Everything in the kitchen sink is being thrown the way of this Graves. Joyle firing off his shots are only going to be tanked up by Johnny at the front line of this fight. More than happy to do the tanking up. Lauren flashes away, but it's to leave his savior Tom Kench high and dry, and catfish don't do so well out of water.
Yeah, Very Bitter didn't use the gray health there, didn't actually complete the flash over the wall, kind of stuck himself up against that, didn't mechanically perform to get himself out of that, so a little bit unfortunate from Flashpoint. Now, in a very, very bad spot as Johnny goes in.
Sudsy is 100 CS up over Tuesday.
Wow.
Just about, like 98, 99, something like that.
Not a true Flame Horizon just yet, but it's there now. As he's 101 up.
Yeah, I'm honestly quite impressed, because last game, this matchup looked much more even between these two, and Tuesday's had some great impact in a lot of these mid-game fights. I don't want to count him out of this game entirely, but 100 CS lead is not something to be sniffed at, and Sudsy, he's performing so much better than he was in the Vladimir pick.
Yeah, I think that has to do, one, with the matchup. This
True.
time he was able to pick the Syndra into the Cassio rather than having that Cassiopeia be a counter pick into his Vladimir. Not to mention that Zenith were ahead for the majority of the early to mid game. They're still ahead, it just kind of got a little looser, as they did take down that inhibitor, so they're still in a good spot. But that puts so much pressure on a mid laner to find farm, especially when you don't have a teleport to go into a side lane to pick up a lot of minions, because all of a sudden Joyle and crew are coming into the middle lane and you have to fight over the CS, and if you just look at the CS between Tuesday and Joyle, the resources have been going onto that Jhin, all the kills and a lot of the CS, as he's 56 CS above his mid laner.
And 40 CS above his opponent 80 carries, so there is a differential there to make up somewhat for the differential between Sudsy and Tuesday, but honestly, it's still impressive. The reasoning behind it, whatever it happens to be, it is still moderately impressive to me to see Sudsy perform so much more than he did in the last match of this very same series, pardon me.
Yeah, looking a lot better now. Both major neutral objectives spawning at the same time. But look at Brian doing so much damage.
I mean, he's taking some good damage himself, though. The chunk off of that Duskblade hurts even a tank. Now Vladfire knocks himself back with the collateral damage, but Sudsy's there with a little bit of targeted damage to put an end to those shenanigans. Meanwhile, we hear the fire of a curtain call off screen. I'm not entirely sure where that went down. I don't know if it was a glitch, a visual glitch, or if there was a curtain call going down somewhere else.
Yeah,
I heard the bullets fire.
Canceling it. I think he canceled it.
Interesting.
He was a little bit low, but with Vladfire down, that opens up this two-man Baron attempt for Zenith, now pulling in King Vex and the rest of the team. It's a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, this is still very risky. But the Baron does go down. They were able to rush it down very swiftly. Oh no, Johnny, why?
Oh, Johnny.
Once it happens 3 times in a game, it's not really a coincidence anymore, is it? Oh, Johnny may pay for his insolence, for his traitorous nature. He will resurrect right on top of a trap. He safeguards himself away. We'll see if the safeguard lives up to the name. There's the flash in from Joyle, a dancing grenade, and the final auto attack. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Joyle counts his way into a little bit more gold.
Whoa.
Wow!
Look at that damage.
Syndra does damage. Who could have thought?
Yeah, that Devour from Very Bitter actually saving Tuesday, because that Enchanted Crystal Arrow would have taken him down.
Brian, those are 3 people. You're 1 person. No.
Once that happened in the mid lane to start all of this off just a minute ago, and now King Vex.
Curtain call.
1 shot, 2 shots missed.
King Vex is not interested in this audition. Looks like one of them landed.
Yeah, Super Minions flooding the base of Flashpoint. Not going to be able to do too much in the middle lane as Alorm and Tuesday get back there, but honestly, really questionable play there from Zenith. Brian gets caught out twice. Johnny kicks into GG. That kills him. And then he also then goes back in a 3 versus 4 situation.
Bloodfire is only just barely doing more damage than the Elder Dragon has regen.
I don't know, and now they're kind of stuck in the pit here, especially Very Bitter, who may have to flash out, but, you know, with Johnny not here right off the bat, they're just trying to take it.
This is a messy, messy game, as neither team is willing to give anything up. Very Bitter going to get stunned out of the front of the fight there, but he's got just enough health to make his way back out, waddling on those catfish fins. Nijijin's gonna not quite go down. Tuesday getting stunned over the wall from Sudsy. Unleashed power comes across, but Tuesday's on a killing spree as he gets shepherded to safety by Very Bitter. Johnny's there to finish off the kill onto his opposite number. Jungler killing Jungler, and Brian's looking for some redemption from his last face check into 3. There's a boulder toss, but Johnny's there with the steal.
Yeah, really good fight from them, and honestly, I think Zenith could probably go into the base right now and try and end this one. Sudsy ends up recalling, so now I don't think it actually is possible. I mean,
it depends on if they can catch Joyle out, maybe?
It's a 4 versus 2. Joyle and Alorm are the only ones here to save the base, but 25 seconds left, and, you know, there are some low HP bars on Zenith. It's definitely going to be a close one, but this first tower is already taking a beating. It's down.
Yeah, they had a super minion in there for a little bit of tankiness. Joyle's going to get knocked, or stunned, pardon me, and the knockup is on to Johnny from the Wild Growth. There's a shield as well. Help picks. Here comes the bullet fire, and Johnny's doing his best to dodge around, but eventually just the Lulu autos will claim the kill.
Yeah, actually, the inhibitor, the troll inhib, actually spawning. Don't think it would have made too much of a difference. I don't think Zenith really had the opportunity to end that, unless they acted immediately and didn't have Sudsy recall. They do end up taking that inhibitor down once again, and I think Baron is timing off. Yeah, they've got maybe like 10-15 more seconds, so nothing they can really do to get more off of that Baron.
And we could very well see yet another messy team fight as both teams are pinging around the Elder Drake. It never went down in the previous engagement. It was just some blood and then some stone as the turrets fell.
Yeah, and the reason why this game is so bloody, not only because there's so much pick and so much reverse pick, I guess, so much denial from Flashpoint, is that both teams are confident that they can win 4 versus 5s at any given time. But without a smite, this Elder Dragon should be given up freely to Flashpoint.
Yeah, and that's going to be very valuable for them should another messy fight break out. Elder Drake is quite a lot in terms of combat stats. We'll actually see exactly how much it'll be for them. They've got an ocean and a mountain, so that's going to give them... Elder Drake doubles the buffs, so that'll give them 8% health and mana regen and 20% extra damage to turrets.
Yeah, I mean, Elder Dragon, yes, it's very strong in the burn, especially with 3 dragons to back it up.
That's true.
But at the same time, the duration is so short. 2 minutes is almost nothing, especially when Zenith is the team that is ahead in this game, that have the opportunity to make the plays. They've got the tempo. They're the ones making the pushes. So they just relax for 2 minutes, farm up, get your next major item, and the Elder Dragon really isn't going to do anything.
I don't know how good Zenith is at relaxing, though. We'll have to see whether or not they can rein themselves in long enough to wait out the 2-minute Elder Drake buff. It's not really in their nature, it seems, but I suppose we'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, Flashpoint doing what they have to kind of right now, trying to make the most out of this buff. But at most, I see them maybe getting that mid-inner tower. It's so hard to siege down an actual inhibitor tower. I mean, they have some good setup. They've got a lot of range. They've got the Tahm Kench to gobble up anyone that gets into trouble when they're trying to get some extra damage down.
Collateral damage and curtain call. They're just firing every kind of bullet. One of them actually not quite connecting, though. And it looks like they'll get the secondary turret, yeah.
Oh, Najiji. He's in trouble.
He's no longer in trouble, but only because he doesn't really have to worry about anything being dead. It's mildly liberating. But it's at the cost of 300 gold, and the pressure lost as the turret falls.
League of Legends is pretty peaceful and pretty easy game to play when you've got a gray screen.
Yeah, it's a lot easier
seconds.
when you don't have to worry about health bars and moving and any of that.
That's 30 seconds now for Flashpoint to try and take down yet another tower there. They have some split focus right now. So Zenith actually may try to engage this. We said they're not afraid to fight even with a man off the map.
It's so hard to engage, though, onto the Cassiopeia, who has the Tahm Kench to pull her out of anything. They landed a boomerang on a Tuesday to slow him down, and just instantly, Tahm Kench was right there, bring her to safety.
Oh no, Johnny. Johnny, my boy.
And there's no Tahm Kench to shepherd Johnny out of the Valley of Death.
He could use it.
There's the knockback, landing on a Vladfire as well is very bitter, and that's going to keep him alive.
Yeah, just has to use that defensively, and you know, we questioned this Lee Sin. You know, he was going for the tanky build with the Cinderhulk. The only real damage is the Titanic Hydra, and we said he was getting a lot of the kills in the early game. He has 11 kills, the most on his team by a large margin. That's a lot of gold in his pockets that isn't really going into damage, and now he's capped out at 6 items. He's got the GA, he's got everything he could possibly want. So he's not getting any stronger in this game. Lee Sin also just a champion notorious for falling off in the late game. Pretty much just either has to peel with the ulti or make a great insect play. And, you know, if he can't really do that, if he can't scale up anymore, this lead from Zenith right now, 4,000, small as it is, not going to be worth nearly as much.
Yeah, and at this point it's less about leads and more about composition. There's a stun on the very bitter, but it barely even lasts a half a second. He's got CC reduction out the wazoo. Tuesday, though, was a little bit caught out. He's going to be walloped and stunned to death that time. There was no Tahm Kench to get him out of there alive. Joyle, however, does have the benefit of one and flashed over the wall inside of his rather ghastly carriage of sorts. Niji is caught out to the side, so it'll be support for support, but with a mid lane down and an AD carry fallen as well, I'd have to give this one over to Zenith, who look like they're about to catch themselves a top laner to finish it off as a sort of dessert, you could say.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be able to catch themselves a Game 2 victory here. I would not have expected this. I don't think you would have expected this one either, coming out in this match. Vladfire probably going to go down as well, or get ignored completely.
Yeah. They don't really need to worry themselves about a piddling little graves when they have a greater concern of a Nexus to implode, and that's going to be Game 2 in less fantastic style, but still deliberately so, going over to Zenith Esports, who have a 2-0 lead in our finals, which is a best of 5, so game point for Zenith next match, and final chance, I guess, for the side of Flashpoint, which is not something I thought I'd be saying tonight.
Definitely not.
No hard feelings to Zenith, but Flashpoint have performed beautifully during the season. I mean, they're first place. The only loss they have is to Zenith, or to surrenders when they haven't been able to show up to games, which happens sometimes. So it is a little bit, not strange, what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit surprising. Just the very slightest bit. For them, I suppose it would be, because they've had such great performance throughout the season, and now they're dropping more games than they ever have up until now. Literally twice as many games as they've ever dropped.
Yeah, it's like the worst point in the Season 2 to go through a slump. In the finals of the IPL, pulling like sort of an Immortals on us right now, but hopefully they can turn it around. We'll have to see in the next game.
All right, and with that, we will get into the next game as soon as we can, folks. Give us just a few minutes to get the teams and casters ready. I think I need to go grab some water. We'll be right back.
There's nothing I can in my soul that could bend free in
find the right words. And there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl. So I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella love. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words. And there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl. So I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right, it feels right.
Alrighty, everybody. My name is Octavian. I am joined by Ender L, and hopefully we have a League of Legends client for you folks to look at. That would be ideal. Ah, darn it, it's still not working. Alright, we're going to be going to the hacked up client. Hang on.
Wonderful.
Hang on,
At
just a moment. We'll get Tiny Ender on the screen. There we go, Tiny Ender's on the screen.
Oh, I'm on the screen. That's good. You get to see a fully clothed Ender L.
Was there another option?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Talk to me later. We'll see.
We'll keep the stream PG for now. PG-13, bordering on that as the night wears on. But for now, we're keeping it PG. As we get through the bands here, still a jungle focus. Already 3 jungle bands, and we aren't even all the way through them.
Yeah, just once again, same thing that we've been seeing sort of all series. The one change up from Flashpoint, who's now back on the red side, they chose it again, is going to be the Trundle band away, as well as the Gnar, returning to their Game 1 strategy as far as bands go, minus the Trundle. So there's still a lot of champions on the board. Nidalee, obviously, for I'm Johnny. They first picked that in Game 1 as well, so same sort of setup, Vladfire. On the Graves again, we could see it, but I want to see Alarm on something more tanky. They can, be a beefy target for the front line.
This time Johnny will be hopping his way off of Lee Sin and on to Nidalee. As the jungle focus continues with the first pick, jungle-focused pick. So this whole series has been very much focused on that role. Even though, we've seen great performances out of every role this game. These are the two pretty much inarguably best teams in the IPL. That's why we're at the finals and we've got them battling off against one another. And every single role in each game, there's been a moment where one of these players has performed. The Trundle is banned because Niji Jinchuriki has had some absolutely great pillars. We've seen Joyal carry games 9-1 in the first match. And, of course, we've seen top lane performance with Brian finishing off the game almost solo at the end of the first game for Zenith, putting them into this 2-0 lead. So, you really can't discount any pick. Every single facet here matters.
Everyone matters, honestly, you're not wrong on that, and I definitely agree with this Tahm Kench, and I think Flashpoint may have been able to focus in on that Tahm Kench as well, because when you pick the Ashe, you better have that band away or have it on your team, because now, all of a sudden, your arrow means a lot less. There's also the fun sort of thing you can do with the Tahm Kench Ashe, where if you're both on the same team, you're a duo lane, you recall at the same time, you send an ultimate down mid, you send an arrow down mid, and if it connects, all of a sudden you have the Abyssal Voyage to come in as well, and all of a sudden it goes from 1 man in the mid lane to 3 men, add in a jungler and call it a day. But they're not going for that this game.
Just add jungler.
Just add jungler to the mix, and you'll have an excellent concoction.
Mid lane 4-man gank. Just add jungler. Instant gank. All right, I'm done with my commercial recording voice.
Okay, that's good.
Just
the Braum.
Oh.
Okay, Braum. Yeah, we haven't seen that at all this series, honestly.
No, not yet.
No real surprise Tuesday once the Cassiopeia once again saving the counter pick or the last pick for Flashpoints for their top lane, I assume. But Alarm was the one to lock in the Graves. I don't know. I don't want to speak too soon, but.
We have seen a top Lulu. Like, Alarm does play some things that are at least a little bit out there. Top Graves is something that would fit that bill, a little bit out there, but I think it's probably going to be a Graves jungle, since there are so few jungle options left open. They really couldn't pick something that would be first or second string, even for Vladfire, if he wasn't given the Graves. What's more interesting to me is how we're going to see this comp rounded out now for the side of Zenith.
Yeah, already showing a lot of globals with the Tahm Kench, with the Talia, can definitely make an impact in the side lane. So maybe we'll even see something like the Shen for Alarm. I would actually, if they lock in Echo, I think the Shen would be a great pick, because Shen can do fairly well into that Echo matchup, especially in the earlier stages of the game when Shen is considered fairly strong in the world of 1 versus 1, as well as have some sort of response to the global pressure that Zenith is already able to draft.
Yeah, and that's going to mean the full composition now locked in. The first game of the series, where we have Joyal not playing Jhin, and he's performed very solidly on that pick, so it's interesting to see them put an emphasis on the early pick of the Ashe. I guess partially to deny the combo of the Ashe and Tahm Kench that you were talking about earlier. And Teemo doesn't seem too reasonable to me.
We've seen it in LCK a couple of times, so It could also be, you know, the what's it called, the placeholder pick, as these teams are allowed to. Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's the placeholder.
It looks
There
like
we go. They dodge out. Okay.
all right. That is going to be the placeholder pick. What for? We haven't been told yet, but. Well, I think the Shen does make the most sense. I think Shen, because you've said Zenith with that composition, they drafted a lot of globals, and the Shen would help to compete with the global presence. It would be a good matchup against the Echo and Lane, and it would just be a solid all-around pick. So,
it's Maokai actually.
Oh yeah, it is.
The team's. Oh wait, that's not. I mean, it's Zenith
No.
that's telling us that.
Zenith is saying Maokai.
It
God
could be
dang
Maokai.
it! Brian is trolling us. He's saying Maokai in the lobby. But he's not the one able to make that call. That's going to be Flashpoint. So hopefully we'll get word of exactly who it is soon. Maybe it is Teemo and somebody just crashed? Can hold out hope?
Oh boy, I hope not.
I hope it
really
is.
hope it's the Shen, honestly. I mean, Maokai could work too, just to have some beefier front line, because right now they don't have all that much, and a Teemo is going to make it really easy for Zenith to just kind of fight them head on.
All right, and we are getting back through the picks and bans here. We're going to do that really, really quickly. We go back to having Tiny Ender on the screen there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys. Oh, it is the Maokai.
It is, yeah, okay. Well, I guess Brian wasn't trolling us. He was informed by someone on Flashpoint, I'm assuming, then.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Maokai in quite a while, in the competitive scene at least. Interesting to see how it fares against the Echo pick that is very, very strong nowadays, rushing that Trinity Force into the tanky build. Maokai not really going to be able to kill him, I don't think, but maybe with that Sap Magic as the passive, could sustain through the lane phase fairly well for himself. Gonna have to see how it works out.
I think the lane phase is certainly going to be fine for Alorum. It's just, I don't know. I worry about the sort of lack of global answers. They have the teleport from Alorum, and that's about it. Other than that, like that has to match up against Weaver's Wall and Abyssal Voyage, and of course the teleport from Brian's Echo. So could be a little bit rough for them on the side of Flashpoint. However, we do have both compositions locked in. There are no more take-backsies, no more Teemo picks to go through. So we'll get through our spectator delay, and you go ahead and wait around and meet me and Ender on the other side of it. Give us just a little bit.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Alrighty, everybody, we are back onto the Rift, the Summoner's Rift, a name which makes no sense ever since Riot retconned the lore, but, you know, that past gripe aside, my name is Octavian, I'm here alongside Ender L, Ender_L, and we've got the potentially final match of the night to bring you.
Yeah, you've been holding on to that one for a while, haven't you, Octavian? That happened over a year ago, I think, to be fair.
An elephant never forgets.
An elephant never forgets. Okay, well, now that I know what you are, Octavian, we can cast this.
You think this casting is good? That's just peanuts.
Oh, God. Come on.
Now it's going to be riddled with elephant jokes.
Yeah, we've moved on from the Cassiopeia. We're on to elephants.
It's a whole zoo tonight.
Yeah, that's what we're missing in League of Legends right now. That's what we're missing.
An elephant-based champion. You're right. Champion. We've got a catfish. We've got a regular fish with Nami. We've got a tree, for God's sake. We need an elephant.
I just had this image of what if Riot had based Tom Kench off of an elephant, and his Devour was sticking out like his nose thing to like suction cup his ally into it.
Alright, I think we may be getting a little bit off track here.
No.
Anyways, one way or another. No, it's an idea. It's an idea.
Okay,
I'll give you that.
Okay.
I'll give you that much.
Thanks.
Sudsy is once again switching up his pick here on Taliyah, and that is sort of juxtaposed by the way that Tuesday has played this matchup, just constantly going back to the Cassiopeia, regardless, it seems, of pick. Yeah,
Sudsy picked the Taliyah blind into whatever Tuesday was going to pull out. Obviously, probably assumed it was going to be the Cassio again. And you can see him there with the early shove-in, steals away a couple of the Raptors. No response there from Flashpoint. But honestly, Taliyah is one of those picks that is highly contested in major competitive play that is just now coming out in Game 3 without any sort of focus on it whatsoever.
Yeah,
so
the
we'll see how
mid-laners,
Sudsy performs.
The mid laners in this series have kind of had their pick of the litter because of the huge focus on jungle bans and a few support bans now and then. They've been mostly untouched. I can't actually remember a mid lane ban at all through all three draft phases.
Yeah, I don't think there really was anything, and it's kind of surprising, honestly, that it is Sudsy who has changed up his champion. This is his third unique champion this series, and he's won every single game. And it's Tuesday, the one, so, oh my god, Brian might actually go down. There's a lot of action going around.
Yeah, Nijijin Shiriki is really far up. The concussive loads is going to stack up on him as Joyle is stacked up with some delicious feast, but it doesn't really matter. First blood going to Very Bitter with a headbutt.
Yeah, and I was just saying that it was kind of strange to see Tuesday sticking on the Cassiopeia, even though he's lost 2 games on it so far. I mean, he's probably had success with it. Obviously, Game 1, he was very, very strong on that pick. But something isn't working for Flashpoint.
King Vex? He's walking up around the wrong corner at this point, but Johnny is there to get his back, and Joyle is going to fall. Very Bitter now is the target. We'll see if they can finish him off. The flash away from the spear.
Yeah, Johnny been on point in these early games so far this series. No exception here on the Nidalee in Game 3, picking up that early kill. Flashpoint just staying a little bit too long there. You know, the pick there onto King Vex was a little bit too good to be true.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, he's standing out by himself. You know, Nijiji, he already dropped. But did not expect Johnny Boy to be coming in from the side. As wow, Alorum's up over 10 CS on Brian's Echo right now. Chunked out.
Running for his life, though. Actually running to his jungler.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian has to know that Vladfire was hiding around the corner. The Wolf Spirit was there to see him, so he had to know that somebody had just taken that Wolf camp. Brian, though, he's still going to get the kill with the help of Sudsy, and with the shield from the Parallel Convergence, he'll stay alive through the damage from Vladfire, and that's 2 kills going over to Zenith.
Wow,
Maybe 3.
Tuesday has both summoners, so...
A nice side slither.
Yeah. He may have to burn one, and he does, but there's really no world in which he should actually drop there. And you see Alorum recall, he died there, gave up the kill pretty much for free, no killer assist to his name. But he goes for a Darksteel anyways, just trying to get more bang for his buck out of that corrupting potion that he started the game with.
Johnny is just so darn good with these spears. he lands them so frequently, and in some very difficult situations. We saw twice there he landed 2 blind spears, and the third one that actually missed would have connected if it had just traveled a little tiny bit farther. So he had the right line, just not enough distance.
Absolutely, and we're just 5 minutes in, but already Flashpoint with a 1,000 goal lead, ahead in the kills, and doing fairly well in farm departments, especially in the middle lane. Not too big of a lead for Sudsy, but it's actually Zenith. Sorry, no, yeah, Zenith with the lead.
Zenith on the blue side this match.
Around, yep.
Yeah, and I mean, Zenith having a lead when they're already 2 up in the series doesn't really bode well for Flashpoint, who, well, they need to win this game. They don't have any other option, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, it's Zenith, the ones with the breathing room, and they're playing like they're, it's game 5 and they got to take it down. They are stomping right now, but Johnny boy...
Johnny flashing over the wall away from the end of the line, and he manages to avoid the secondary proc of the damage. Meanwhile, Sudsy has gotten a decent flank roaming up in the mid lane, and Brian the is there to finish off the kill with the proc of his passive. Alarm will fall as well very shortly, and that's a double kill for Brian, pulling him out of that disadvantageous lane. Something fierce, 3-0-1 now.
Wow, and that's not even a global coming out from Sudsy. He walked all the way up there, didn't even have to burn the wall, so there's still global pressure to apply onto Flashpoint. They still have to be worried. They do not have any downtime after losing 2 members there.
Yeah, and Zenith are just in full control of this early game, and this is looking very similar to the last game, which, I mean, they pulled it out to the long game, to Flashpoint's credit, and that game really could have gone either way, but still, you don't really want to have to pull it to the 40-minute mark if you can avoid it.
Yeah, and all you have to do right now to see how the game is going is, actually, we're gonna put that on hold.
KingVex getting stunned up by the concussive blows there. Tuesday has roamed to the bottom side as well, and it looks like Flashpoint wants to take back a few kills of their own, but it's very difficult to bring down a Tom Kench, and Tuesday's getting caught out there, thankfully. KingVex is not yet level 6, so Tuesday doesn't have to worry about any bullets coming his way. Meanwhile, with all that pressure bottom side, Zenith is happy to take themselves a red buff.
Yeah, really nice disengage there from Zenith in the bottom lane. They lost 3 of their summoners, only the Flash available for Njiji. But honestly, his patience there was very nice. Now Alorum, 2-man in the top lane.
Oh, he's just on the edge of the bubble, and so he does get stunned by the parallel convergence. He may yet go down even with his vengeful Maelstrom. There we go.
Nice.
And Chrono Break is going to get Brian to safety.
Yeah, and just to see how this game's going right now, check the Dark Seals right now for the 2 top laners. 0 stacks
a good ledger
on Alorum compared to the 8 stacks at 8 minutes for Brian's Echo. And, we had questions about this Maokai pick in the top lane. We were like, maybe the Shen would be better suited up here to have a nice lane. And even though Alorum has found himself in a nice CS lead, it has not been the same in his KDA 0-3-0 now compared to Brian's nice-looking scoreline of 3 kills and no deaths.
Yeah, and it's just because it's not been a very quiet game so far. We've had action all over the place. There's almost a kill a minute on the board. And we may yet see more action down here as Niji's looking for another bite to eat on Very Bitter. KingVex is going to get stunned up, though, as Joyle turns around with the crystalline arrow. There's a teleport in, and Very Bitter is very much caught out. There's Curtain Call. Brandy is immediately phase diving forward. He doesn't have the ulti, though, so he can't afford to tank too much. Very Bitter is not going to last too much longer, though, that far out. And Alorum is teleporting in, only to have to flash away. The Weaver's Wall is cutting him off, but it crumbles, actually. Sudsy dropping that one a little bit early.
Yeah, and actually Tuesday is moving down towards this bottom lane, so maybe looking for something, but can't make it work out. And you gotta wonder again, that was such a late teleport in from Alorum, kind of tilty looking, to be fair. And I hate using that word because, everyone just memes all over it, and it's terrible, but honestly, Flashpoint, they looked like the clear victors coming into this series, but they've been falling apart, ever since game 1, which by all means should have been their game to win. They got outplayed by Brian's split push, and now they're trying to make the best of a bad situation.
Johnny opting to tank that turret as he comes in with the first auto. He knows he's got the backup in the form of Niji to pull him right out there into safety. Sudsy, though, does get stunned up. He has to flash out, barely escaping with any health. Actually, not quite escaping, as Very Bitter gets that final bit of damage in. And that'll be a 1-for-1 trade under the turret.
He has Glacial Fissure now, so if Zenith try and go for this...
And he's got some help roaming down as well. Tuesday is on his way. Yeah, Zenith's going to back off.
Flashpoint, if they can get this first tower, it would be very good for them, but Vladfire's just trying to farm out this jungle, and now Brian is absolutely ruining this Graves.
Oh, man.
It's the Flash.
Brian is uncontestable at this point. Despite the CS disadvantage, it's more than made up for by having almost 100% kill participation. And he's going for the 1v1 with Alorum. Well, not quite a 1v1. There's a Vladfire there as well as a very large minion wave. Chrono Break dropping some good damage onto Alorum. He may yet get the kill. Alorum just about stays alive.
I think Brian could have stuck around there for another auto attack and maybe picked up a kill onto Alorum. But would have dropped either way. Not going to make a huge difference when all is said and done. But apart from that death there, this game has been absolutely methodical from Zenith. Just closing this one out, getting the kills, moving across the map, and putting down serious pain onto these towers. Mid lane about to drop.
And it looks like the... dang it, what did you call it? I want to steal your phrase, but I can't if I never remember it.
First turret takedown.
Turret takedown, there it is.
Yeah, alliteration to remember it, and then also, remember days before you were unranked when you always used to check your stats and it was takedowns were kills, assists, and turrets? That's where I get it from, right?
Alright.
Back in the client, but enough of that, as that first one will go down. Now Johnny should just be able to hop on out.
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee is not exactly wanting for ways to escape. And Sudsy is not exactly wanting for CS as he's breaking the 100 mark before anybody else does on the map.
Yeah, Sudsy farming well once again. Remember last game? He Flame Horizons Tuesday in the middle lane on the Syndra. Now on the Talia. Small CS lead, albeit, but still ahead in that department. And the pressure just relentless, honestly, from Zenith. Every single lane shoving in to Flashpoint's towers continually, putting that pressure down.
And I know there is some small saving grace for Alorum, even though he's back 3 kills. He does have a good amount of a CS lead, so he's going to be relevant, and he is Maokai. And Maokai's really hard to shut down. He's going to do Maokai things later on in the game one way or another. It's going to be relatively tanky. It's just a matter of how well Brian can use the lead that he's got, if indeed he even has one, as Alorum is holding his own in the 1v1 here. There's a Chrono Break still in the tank, though, for Brian. He might be able to come back in this one. The Chrono Break comes through. A good amount of health regained, but Alorum is still rather tanky, and he does indeed have it, as you say.
Hey, so there's the counter pick we were talking about. We were wondering, that is it right there. He's not only got that huge CS lead, but down 2 kills and a couple assists. He is able to win out in that 1 versus 1. Gold lead only at about 2,000.
Oh no, Sudsy is the one caught underneath the turret. Thankfully, though, concussive blows did not stack up in time. Teleport now coming down from the Maokai, but it's a little bit too late for Joyle, who falls. Tuesday has roamed down from the mid lane as well, and there's another teleport in answer. And we'll see whether or not Zenith continue for Dive 2, Return of the Dive.
Yeah, Flashpoint just really can't do anything. Vladfire's on the wrong side of the map, and now they just get dope.
No stun from the Parallel Convergence, though, and that means Zenith backs off. At least for a little while yet.
They hold it for a little bit longer, and there's no minion wave around. Zenith already took the dragon, so they're probably just going to have to recall, maybe leave King Vex and Njiji down in the spot lane to put down some pressure, but at the same time, Vladfire is putting down the hurt on mid lane. Probably won't be able to get that as Brian shows on up, though.
Tuesday was trying to be sneaky, stuck around in the lane a little bit longer, but it's hard to sneak your way in onto a Tahm Kench. Got some pretty absolute methods of defense. And yeah, as you say, King Vex and Niji will stick around to clear out a few more waves.
Oh, Johnny getting actually punished here by Vladfire in the wrong side of the jungle. Vladfire, really go for it. Collateral damage.
Oh, it is! Oh, the secondary cone of collateral damage. The huge AoE connected. And Johnny lost his life.
Yeah, the skill shot placement, not necessarily all the way there from him. But hey, it's such a big hitbox, as you said,
it's a lot of forgiveness.
Up getting it anyways. Yeah. Calculated, honestly. That's what we gotta go with.
He was covering as many escape options as possible. Johnny could have run up towards the Gromp, could have run down towards the red buff. He didn't know, so he covered both. That's the benefit of Graves.
And we said the ledger for checking the lead and how the game was going was in those Dark Seals. Now, as things have started to turn around a little bit for Flashpoint, so have those stacks. Johnny, 0 stacks. Brian has been knocked down from 8 to 1. And Alorum with a couple of kills, up to 4.
Alright, and things seem to have evened out. If not totally in gold, at least it seems in terms of tempo. Zenith have slowed down after a few attempts at a turret dive in the bottom side. We'll see where the next play comes from and which team it is initiating it.
Yeah, oh, and it's an Abyssal Voyage in.
And here's the next play indeed. Zenith is the one taking that first step, and it's bottom side again. They seem to have a little bit of a fondness for this lane. Very Bitter's able to leap back over to Joyo, but he's just going to die next to him, as it's a double kill for the Jin.
Wow. I mean, maybe it wasn't Joyle himself that was just carrying these games, or trying his best to carry the games for Flashpoint, as his Jin was on point, but King Vex's Jin, not too shabby either, now on that champion, having a breakout game for himself in this series, 3-0-3 now.
Ooh, Alorum got stunned into the turret there. It's a little unfortunate.
Gonna be able to sustain with the passive pretty darn well in the top lane, and Brian probably not gonna want to fight him anymore, maybe having some bad flashbacks to that solo kill from earlier on.
Yeah, he went all in for that kill earlier, and he was the one who was opting into the fight. He was the one who was dedicated to it. He obviously thought he had it, but it just didn't work out for him. Collateral damage to create some distance for Vladfire as Tuesday, with that bot time, weaves his way into the fight. There is the kill as the shotgun finds its mark. Sudsy is doing his best to escape. Just about dodges out of the winner's bite, but there's a flash in, and the end of the line lives up to its name.
Nice play there from Vladfire to pick up the kill. Now they've got 3 members strong in the middle lane, and while they're drawing the pressure from Zenith, they're drawing the members of their team.
Oh, very bitter what he caught.
Able to farm down bots.
Tuesday is turning around with the ulti, but doesn't find a stun, just a few slows. Lorem really wants this turret, but Brian is not willing to give it up quite yet. With a Cinderhulk, he can't just walk up and hit it because he'll draw turret aggro.
Yeah, that play right there was a big turn in the game for Flashpoint. They pick up 2 kills. At the same time, Joyle's been able to set up an excellent freeze down bot lane. Now, he is 0-4, significantly behind King Vex, but at the same time, and that solo farm.
Brian flashed in, but Alorum just walked away.
And I think Brian had actually recalled and then ulted back into lane to try and be a little bit higher HP on Alorum. But his play this game has not been all that great, you know. We praised him game 1. Game 2 was solid as well. Now he's getting a little rough around the edges as Alorum just going to use that teleport to get in here. But now Zenith have a definitive, even more definitive global composition than before, and they're going up top lane.
And it looks like they've swapped focuses, gone from one side of the map to the other. And Alorum is going to feel the pain here, that's for darn sure. He's turning on to Brian, he wants to get himself a kill, but Brian is swift and far away at this point. However, being a tree, he does take a little while to chop down, and he's brought some time for his team. In fact, enough time for Braum to show up and then die before Alorum even goes below 100 hit points, but he may yet reach that point. Sudsy gets the kill.
Yeah, and that's the absolute correct way to punish a freeze down bot lane.
Oh, Nijijin saving a few lives there.
Yeah, the correct response, absolutely. To go create pressure on the map, Johnny!
That was faster than I could cast it.
Yeah, just flashed on in there, took down Joyle. Not having the best game on the Ashen, they're trying to focus down Tuesday.
Yeah, the exhaust is dropped, so he doesn't have any opportunity to turn back and get a 1-for-1, but he still finds it anyway, as Nijijin was a little bit low.
Yeah, and Zenith didn't have to use many of their globals to actually get the fight up there in the top lane previously. They only burnt the Weaver's Wall out of Sudsy, still had the global of the Tahm Kench. Get a pick, get a tower, and reinstate sort of their gold lead. At the same time, getting that Infernal Drake. Johnny seems to have soloed out quite a few Drakes this game.
And it seems like whenever this game relaxes back to just regular laning phase, Zenith starts to slip backwards a little bit, particularly in the top with Brian and the 1v1 against Alorum. But then when Zenith exercises those globals, when the cooldowns are back, then they pick up kills, then they make plays. And so I think Zenith just needs to break out a laning phase, and it looks like they're keen to do it, as they're now 2v1ing here onto Alorum as soon as he gets back to lane. And I mean, he's just a tanky Maokai. I don't think he's going to be able to turn back any kills before he goes down, yeah. But he bought some time. I mean, Vladfire and Very Bitter are up here now. This fight may yet continue. Yeah, Parallel Convergence is coming down. It's going to find the mark onto Very Bitter. Not quite hitting Vladfire, but King Vex is dominating nonetheless. Sudsy chunked to half health as he joins the fight. Vladfire chunked even lower. Hex Drinker popped. There's the Weaver's Wall. Cuts off Tuesday. And as the curtain call comes down to slow him, the Time Winder as well. Brandy is taking the brunt of this damage, but Kingvex is tossing some of his own out.
Wow, Zenith absolutely playing these fights, playing this comp wonderfully here. As Vladfire looking for the 1v2, but it's about to be a 1v3, and he just wants to get out of dodge, but once again, they're doing it absolutely correctly. They're playing the globals perfectly. Joyle?
If he can land the spear, then he's probably dead. I mean, Johnny's still going for it, and he's going to
Johnny.
regret that very swiftly. I think the spear not connecting was the signal to pump the brakes a bit.
Yeah, but you were talking about how Flashpoint, or Zenith rather, look a lot better in the mid-game when they're making these map movements than in the lane phase, and I agree. I think overall Flashpoint has been winning out in the early game, in the solo lanes at least. Not this game, last game was a little shaky too, but in the individual lanes without the impact of Johnny ganks, I do think that Flashpoint have the advantage. A slight advantage, albeit, but they do usually perform well, but this game, when they lose the early game, they don't stand much of a chance against these map movements from Zenith.
Very better is playing the front line. He's lost about half his health for it, but Alorum has roamed down from the top side, and it looks like he's itching for a fight as well. Weaves his way over the tongue, and Tuesday will claim the kill.
Wow, and Flashpoint, get away with murder right there. Find the pick, only with 4 members up there. Again, Joyle has yet to leave bottom lane. He's been there the whole game, so if Zenith wanted to fight a 4 versus 4 there after they lost their support, they very well could have, especially with how ahead they are in this game.
Vladfire. He took some good damage from that. There's the snare as well! That Deadly Flourish was so well placed.
And Vladfire just not respecting it. He had the flash, he had the collateral damage, so a couple of dashes available to him there that he just doesn't pull the trigger, for lack of a better term there, on. And
because he's got a gun. I get it.
He's got a gun, Octave.
Because he's Graves, and Graves has a gun. Good joke.
I feel like the puns kind of need to stop. Like we're just gonna be worse than Freak at this point.
Oh, the spear again not landing on a Joyle, but the snare does. And despite a crystalline arrow and all of Joyle's hopes and dreams, he does perish.
Yeah, 6 deaths here. Not looking nearly as comfortable on this Ashe as he has on the previous 2 games with his signature Jhin pickup.
They're trying to siege in now after they've taken the AD carry. They may have a catch here onto Alorum. Seismic Shove tosses him into the team. There was a well-placed ulti from Tuesday. I think it caught 2 or 3. At the very least with the slow. That's going to back them off of the kill into Alorum at least. See whether or not they continue the push onto the secondary turret or if they scatter.
Looks like Brian wants to go ahead and recall out. And 23 minutes in, it's pretty hard to start sieging these inner towers. Usually just gotta wait for, a fight around Dragon, or maybe even picks in the enemy jungle, set up some nice deep vision. That's kind of the checklist for Zenith as they try to close this game out. Their objective to try and do so.
And they've got the vision.
Yeah. They've got the vision. Oh, yeah, definitely, especially around that top side of the jungle, which is probably, they're going to try and rotate that vision towards the blue buff in Flashpoint's side of the map, because that dragon's going to be spawning in a minute and a half. 24 minutes, still a little early for a Baron attempt. So the vision up top side, not going to be as impactful as if it was kind of surrounding the entrances to the dragon pit.
It's a large wave towards the top side. The Joyle's going to be hungrily snapping up, and meanwhile the continual shove keeps on feeding some CS towards Tuesday, who kind of needs it given the disadvantage that he's at against Sudsy. Ever since we've seen Sudsy come off of the Vladimir pick, come off of a pick that was disadvantageous in terms of the lane matchup, like distinctively so. He's been doing quite well for himself. This is a strange Weaver's wall. Interesting how the sweeper interacts with it too. It's highlighting bits of the wall.
Yeah.
That's weird. That's an eye into how the spaghetti works.
The spaghetti code. But the really kind of saddening thing, I think, for Flashpoint, and specifically Joyle, is that Joyle, obviously he's doing poorly, but he's been split pushing this entire game, trying to find an advantage somewhere, but the CS lead isn't hardly anything. He's only 10 up, and Kingvex has 9 kills advantage over him. It's just, nothing's really working out for Joyle this game, to be fair.
Yeah, and he needs a lot more to work out to be able to make up that disadvantage. He's still got the utility of being an Ashe and being able to engage for his team, but if his team just doesn't have the damage to follow up on his engage because he's so far behind, the Ashe may not be all that useful to them.
Yeah, again, they first rotationed that Ashe, and they left Tahm Kench available. Tuesday gets out nicely, though. Or does he?
Very Bitter's there to block him. Very Bitter's shield is there for him.
Yeah, again, that Tahm Kench just does so well into the Ashe that even the utility from Ashe gets severely negated with the Tahm Kench anywhere close by to the target that he uses the arrow on.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to ensure that Nijijin isn't going to be close by. I mean, he's had brilliant success so far throughout this series. Nijijin has performed great on this support role, mainly on the Trundle, but he's been performing just fine on Tahm Kench as well. These melee supports seem to be something he's fond of.
Yeah, working out for him. Nijiji pulled a Trundle ban from Flashpoint, which is something we haven't seen in a long time since he was more popular up in the top lane. So nice work from Nijiji to open up some picks like the Echo. Obviously, no focus on Johnny's Nidalee, but a lot of the other junglers were taken off the table as well. So Sudsy's pool was never really hurt. King Vex's pool never really focused down at all. So they're able to play honestly whatever they want, and it's working for them.
Yeah, Sudsy in particular has had just his pick of the litter this series, and it's worked out for him really well in the second and third game. The first game, he did perfectly fine. Honestly, his performance certainly wasn't underwhelming or anything on Vladimir. That's one of Sudsy's strengths I've seen over the course of the season. He's very much reliable. I've never really seen him lose a lane straight out, but often he comes out ahead, and so it is a little worrying, honestly, to see Sudsy not ahead. That's being behind for him.
I honestly think Sudsy was vital to Zenith in Game 1 because the thing was, he was actually pretty powerful. The Vladimir, obviously, strong pick, and he had to try and carry some fights 4 versus 5 or just stall out Flashpoint long enough.
Yeah, especially the Baron play.
Yeah, to open up Brian to split push around the Baron, even when Flashpoint was trying to kind of base race Zenith and force into their base.
That was a good
he
prediction.
Was very vital. Yeah, very good prediction there. To spot them out.
Yeah, and Tuesday actually maybe saving his team a death or even more as he manages to catch them out in the bush there. And he knew that he had hit something because his Deathfire passive went off. You can see the little icon underneath you.
Because if we go back to these checkpoints, it is Baron timing for Zenith, and they took out both blue trinkets of Flashpoint. They know those are on cooldown. Now they can go for the Baron.
There are 3 wards dropped over into the back of the Baron pit, though. They do not want to be denied vision, and Zenith is not taking the time to clear them out. This is quite risky, as Alorum is now in the thick of it. There's a flash over the wall from Very Bitter. He's there with the Glacial Fissure, and it's stolen away by Vladfire! Well done by the jungler of Flashpoint Esports. We'll see whether or not the Curtain Call can find anybody. They're perfectly willing to face tank these, though. Joyal and Vladfire.
That's what Joyal's here for. He's here to face tank
the utility Ashe tank.
That's the utility right there.
Nah, Joyal he definitely contributed to that fight. A nice arrow to start off the festivities, landing that, I think, onto Nijijin, just stunning him up, holding him up, and slowing a bunch of other people as well. The explosion does slow as well as stunning the initial target, and allowing the Glacial Fissure to come down, allowing Alorum to get in there, opening up the fight, really.
In all honesty, that Baron was a terrible, terrible call from Zenith. It wasn't the worst call in the world at the start, but once Flashpoint gets vision on it, there's no reason to risk a 50-50 smite war on this game, because honestly, after that fight, the gold lead is only 2,000. It's very, very close still. And with the Cassiopeia late game, the Ashe obviously going to be scaling up too.
Yeah. Eventually.
You can't count out Flashpoint. Zenith, you did this to Flashpoint in Game 1, and now they're trying to do it to you. Don't go for those Barons. Get the vision. You had all the blue trinkets down, so if you just peel back off, go back in, clear the wards after Baron has de-aggroed, you can continue to bait it out, maybe look for a fight, rather than get engaged upon by Flashpoint.
And a lot of Zenith's leads right now comes from the fact that King Vex is so far ahead of Joyal, but if this game reaches the 35-40 minute mark, Joyal's going to have an impact. Maybe not quite as much as King Vex, but the difference won't be as egregious. And they can't rely on that as much as the game goes on. So they do definitely have to make more considered plays, perhaps, than that Baron attempt.
I mean, just look at these compositions right now. Flashpoint have a disgustingly strong teamfight composition, and it's up to Zenith to find an engagement on them when it's odd numbers. To find a 5 versus 4, a 5v5 Flashpoint, they can honestly win at this point.
And Johnny being out of the picture as well may very well mean that wouldn't even be a 5v5. Alarm's going to get tossed back by the seismic shove. However, he's going to be tossed again underneath the turret. Alarm is quite tanky, but nobody's that tanky. Oh, Bitter gets caught there. Seismic Shove tosses him back in. He's going to fall. This is one pick after another. There's the slow into Tuesday. He has to flash away, but there's the flash forward from Brian. He wants to keep the fight going, but Phase Dive did not have the range.
Yeah. Now Baron has been completely nullified. Flashpoint, maybe try to turn it around. Oh, he got killed!
Yeah, Vladfire chunks Nijijin before he can make use of his gray health. Sudsy could get caught by Tuesday here, or Tuesday could get caught by Sudsy. It's really one way or the other. Tuesday walks a little too far forward. Brian's going to turn back time for a moment, and that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, Flashpoint just getting way too overconfident there, letting themselves get picked off one by one. They've lost their advantage of the game. Yes,
oh, is Joyle picked? There's the snare. Joyle's deleted. And Zenith now have the advantage again.
I don't know what to say. Flashpoint, they were doing everything right. They got a great fight around Baron. They stole it away.
Joyle even saw that coming.
And died.
He hawk-shot it around the corner before he walked around the corner. He knew they were there. He put faith in the fact that he could dodge the spear, and I don't know why he would take that risk. Walk the other way past the wolf camp. Take the longer way back to base. Don't rely on your ability to dodge a skill shot when you don't have to.
And I get it, that Game 1 especially, Game 2 also, was very mentally taxing. To lose a game you should have won, to get stomped, it's hard to deal with as Flashpoint, especially when they came into this expecting to win close, but pretty handily overall. Now they're kind of getting it taken to them, losing out on yet another dragon, just an ocean, so not the end of the world, but they need to find a good team fight if they want back in.
Very Bitter's going to get caught out here as well as the dragon goes down. An arrow lands actually onto Niji, who body blocked it for Joyle, so he gets the final few shots out of the curtain call. And it looks like Alorum will tank his way out of that one, but that is at the cost of a Drake.
Why take the risk? Why take it? It's an ocean Drake, for crying out loud. I mean, you have to funnel into an area when there's a Jin to catch you, a parallel convergence, you're going to get poked out by Nidalee, there's globals to cut you off. Why take the risk when you're down this game? Just literally wait for a team fight, wait for them to come into you, because Flashpoint, they've got the Peel, they've got the Cassiopeia, the Ashe, the Braum, they've got so many tools to keep their backline alive, and so much AoE crowd control with Maokai and with the Braum as well. They can win fights. It's not impossible for them, but they have to stop making these poor decisions.
Yeah, I think pretty definitively they have got the better late game composition. I mean, Zenith certainly isn't going to be a pushover when we get to late game, but I would say there's a bit of an advantage over to Flashpoint, just by dint even only of the Cassiopeia. I mean, Cassiopeia is such a monster once you get to 6 items, because she has 6 legitimate items rather than boots. So, I don't know. Flashpoint certainly isn't out of this, but this isn't going to help with Joyle getting caught up on the wrong side of a Weaver's wall. Very Bitter is there to body block that spear, but Joyle still gets tossed back and finished off, but Johnny will be traded back, and this may actually turn out to be rather nice for Flashpoint, as Brian the Ace is now caught out without his team. Tom Kench is nowhere near this fight, and Cassiopeia will claim a double. Yeah, Abyssal Voyage brings the bottom lane to the action. But Very Bitter is looking to bring some action to the bottom lane, flashing forward for the Q, but not landing it. He has to leap back out.
Flashpoint really going hard for this. No. I don't know if they actually want to take the win and back out. Once again, you guys are going to win in the later stages of the game.
Vladfire is still searching for stuff.
Oh no, Vladfire!
He dashes right into the face of 3 members. Flashes away from the seismic shove, though. So he's going to be alright. Now King Vex is tossing out a few bullets. They're going to fly, but get eaten by Bitter and Alorum. And once again, things fizzle out a bit, but that was really tense.
Yeah, Flashpoint. Pull it in, guys. I'm rooting for you just because I want to see this go as many games as possible. I don't want to see an anticlimactic 3-0 victory to end the IPL season. But if they keep taking these risks, one of these fights they're gonna end up losing. And going back on the whole deal with them having the better team fight, not only do they have the better team fight, but just in general, global compositions have to worry. In the later stages of the game, they need to get advantages because all of a sudden, when you get into these team fights, your globals don't really affect the fights. You don't have big damage ults out of the Weaver's Wall or the Abyssal Voyage.
Next is a little far up here.
Or is Very
Niji is
Bitter
there.
far forward.
Yeah, Niji is there to save him, but Very Bitter doesn't have the same sort of luxury. Thankfully, he makes it out with barely any health left, but Weaver's Wall is going to cut them off a little bit. Yeah, a little bit too, perhaps, aggressive on the Weaver's Wall.
I mean, maybe with a curtain call, that's a good play because it funnels them all in, especially with the parallel convergence coming around with Brian's Echo. But now Baron is live. They don't have an ultimate coming out of Talia or out of Jhin, and there was nothing blown on the side of Flashpoint. So once again, a little bit worrying for Zenith if they try to start this one up.
Yeah, I mean, Flashpoint did have to buy the time for Very Bitter to base and come back, but they've successfully bought that time. Oh, Lorem caught out ahead of the rest of his team. Is going to get chunked to about half health, but he's tanky. He can survive a little bit longer, even on half. Tuesday's flashing over the wall. Kingvex is going to go down almost instantly as Tuesday finds his mark. Nijin will fall as well, and Flashpoint have found a fight. And they have found a good one. Sudsy's looking to try and answer something back, but they're going to back off before they extend a little too far.
Tuesday right there with the aggressive flash over the wall deletes Kingvex.
Man, Johnny and Sudsy are playing with fire right now.
Yeah, there's a smite available. Johnny wants to steal this, but it's a question of whether or not he can get into this pit. I don't think he has.
There it is! He doesn't get the steal. Oh, he tried. He tried so very hard, but in the end, it doesn't work.
Yeah, 4 for none in favor of Flashpoint and the Baron to boot. It's a minute 35 until that Elder Dragon spawns. They will have Baron when that comes onto the table. I don't know, Flashpoint pick a nice fight there. Really well played there from Tuesday, but honestly...
I gotta give MVP to him at that fight particularly.
Yeah, and I can't fault Najiji for that fight because Kingvex did get picked over on the side, but overall, I have to say the Tahm Kench this entire series has been fairly lacking, especially with how they use their gray health and when to pop that E, because I've seen Najiji not pop it a couple of fights in a row, and a couple of his deaths are simply because of that. Very Bitter did it in the last game or two on that champion as well, so while it is denying this Ashe pickup, maybe a little less comfortable on the champion overall for these supports.
Flashpoint is looking to take some easy gold with this Baron buff, taking an outer turret that was somehow still standing on the bottom side and going for a secondary turret right after. And they'll grab that very swiftly as well. And now we come to the meat of things, the inhibitor turret. We'll see whether or not a fight breaks out.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for Flashpoint to actually siege this down. They just don't really have the auto-attack range. Graves not going to be great at it. Oh, but when they get funneled in...
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall comes through onto a potentially 3 or 4 man parallel convergence, but thankfully Joyle managed to back his way just about outside of it. Nijiji is going to pull the now overextended Echo to safety.
They can get the tower now, though, with
yeah, that
Zenith
was
chunked out.
That was all that Zenith had left in the tank for that. And the inhibitor turret will fall. The inhibitor likely to go down afterwards, as they don't have much left to throw at this.
They've got a big wave in the middle of the lane. They can rotate immediately over there.
Curtain call comes down, but it's something of an afterthought, yeah.
Hitting the tanky members from Flashpoint, too. Not really getting any sort of a pick there, but Tuesday, no flash. He burnt it last fight.
Now, let's see if they can punish him for that, but he has been playing very safely these last few skirmishes. Likely knows that he's vulnerable without that summoner.
Elder Dragon is up. They're going for it.
And there's no Weaver's Wall. There's no curtain
Johnny
call.
on the other side of the map.
And yeah, as you say, Johnny is pretty far away, so they don't really have a lot to contest this with. There's the dash over the wall from Brian Diaz, but that is a vain hope. And he may well pay for it. Oh, Nijijin saves his life. Flatfire now caught out, but the rest of his team is flashing to help him out. And Aloran will bring down Johnny.
This could be it. 2 down now, and they have super minions in the base. They don't even have to worry about these kills.
There's a teleport.
Aloran's TPing in.
Yeah, there's a teleport cutting them off. Kingvex and Niji are both slowed by a well-placed miasma. Vladfire will finish off the frog. Or catfish, whatever animal he happens to be.
Yeah, we're going to see a game 4. It looks like Flashpoint bouncing back after a rough early game, honestly. We said Joyle was going to come online at some point. He did, as well as the rest of his team, as they take down this Nexus.
And compositionally, Flashpoint was just better prepared to come to the late game. They packed a bigger punch, and it looks like we'll be going to Game 4 as Flashpoint start the long road to a reverse sweep. We'll be right back, folks.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
Alright, it took a little bit of doing, but we got everybody together, and I've got Tiny Ender once again sitting above me. I apologize, the client still isn't working on my usual overlay for some reason. Gonna have to investigate that later tonight. But we are here into Game 4, and I'm sure the players, as well as us casters, are mentally taxed to the point where it really could go either way, and hopefully we will get into the game again, as it did just crash out again.
Not only are we taxed, the client is taxed as well, as that one goes ahead and shuts down. But this is a Game 4 that I don't think you were expecting to see. I certainly wasn't expecting to see it with how well the early game went for Zenith in Game 3. It looked like it was going to be a clean 3-0 for them, but they got very, very sloppy trying to close that one out. And then finally, Flashpoint Scaling just frankly took over, and they started winning teamfight after teamfight and eventually closed that one out.
Yeah, given the specific context of that one game, I wouldn't have expected Flashpoint to come out on top. But yeah, they pulled it out to the end, and I think their composition was just better suited for that sort of thing. You know, like, they had the Ashe, they had the Cassiopeia, they had a good front line for it too. I mean, we haven't seen Maokai in a long time, but that's exactly the composition he fits into. So, despite the fact that he's seen a few nerfs since the last time he was so very popular, he still plays his role pretty well.
Absolutely, and he got solo kills up against Brian's Echo. He picked it into that matchup. He wanted to have that matchup, and it definitely worked for him. Not only that, but he had a major CS lead. And I don't think the composition was necessarily bad from Zenith, because it did do its job. It was just that they were sloppy trying to close it out. The big global composition, it can work just great, and it did work fantastically for them. It's just that there is a timer on it, especially when you're up against picks like the Cassiopeia, like the Ashe that came online once the teamfight phase started to happen more and more often, and the lead that Zenith had acquired started to dwindle a little bit towards the later stages of the game.
And we're still seeing a real focus on jungle bans between these two teams, as Gnar is the only non-jungle champion taken out of the mix so far. Lee Sin is actually going to be banned away from Johnny. I mean, he had a pretty good performance on it the last time we saw him on it. Smashed the early game pretty darn well. Does leave a lot of things open, though.
I feel like this is kind of a red side response for them, because obviously Johnny favors the Nidalee higher than the Lee Sin. He first picked that last game, but they want to ban Lee Sin and first pick the Nidalee away, so we're going to see Johnny on something maybe less comfortable for him. See how that one works out. We have to find out what he resorts to, honestly. He hasn't played much more than those picks. Obviously, the Graves is still on the table, and we've seen Vladfire play that the last couple of games, so that's probably one that we may see locked in. But I'm honestly surprised with the absolute lack of Elise we've seen this entire series. We see it so often. We see it so often in pro play, and it's just been absent. They've been favoring the Graves and the Nidalee, which are two picks that usually go beneath the Elise, minus Nidalee. That one's kind of a toss-up based on how you want to run your composition.
Yeah, and I just want to remind any new viewers, the overlay usually is rather functional, but for some reason today OBS is choosing to have a little bit of a hissy fit, so I'm having to go without right now, and I'm working with what I've got. And what I've got is a tiny little Enderel right up here. Let me hold him up. Oh no, you're too heavy. I can't carry you.
Hey man, hey!
No, I'm the other way around. Ender is many leagues ahead of me.
Maybe your Aatrox can't carry me, but my Aatrox can definitely carry you.
Oh man. Let's not get into each other's Aatroxes. That's not fit for streaming content. Graves and Braum have been locked in. Yeah. Since we're talking about League of Legends here, it's what we're here to talk about, and nothing else.
Aatrox is in fact still a champion in League of Legends, if you didn't know.
Is he?
He is. He still exists.
Don't give me a heart attack, man.
Riot will deny that firmly.
He will indeed. But he's right up there at the top of the list, you know? Yeah, alphabetically. Alphabetically, Aatrox is number one. And that's the only way that he's ever number one. Ever.
Yes, it's true. It actually is true.
Aatrox is letter A.
Two A's. But besides that, if we actually look at the actual team comps, we're not going to see Aatrox other than maybe a placeholder. That's the most love he's going to be getting tonight. And Zenith kind of taking a pivot from the composition in the last game, at least with the first two picks, going for the Braum, taking that one away, which is a pick we didn't see until Game 3. So they're trying to aim more towards this team fight that they were lacking in Game 3. But at the same time, Flashpoint, they've got the long-range engagement that I've been talking about all series long that's been working wonders for both teams with the Ashe and the Bard. Interesting that we're not seeing the Jhin prioritized as heavily because it's popped off in every game, no matter who's had it, no matter if the team has won or lost. Actually, Jin's lost all 3 games, but they've had like incredible score lines in all of those matches.
That's true. Yeah, Jhin has been on the losing team, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That is really weird.
But
maybe
he's been
Jhin
like the
is
top
cursed.
performer. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not quite as cursed as I am. But now Sudsy, what's Tuesday gonna play? Because now the Cassiopeia has been picked up by Sudsy.
I mean, Sudsy is no slouch when it comes to Cass. I've seen him play Cassiopeia. He will bring it out often against these better teams in the IPL. It seems to be one of his favorite picks. And Tuesday's been taking it away from him this whole series, but now Sudsy's going to show him how to slither appropriately. As this is the first time we're seeing a Bard as well. I'm excited to see Very Bitter on that. And
I do think that the Bard also kind of stops King Vex from playing the Jhin. Not necessarily entirely, but it definitely is not a good thing to play the Jhin into the Bard, because Bard can just shut down Curtain Call wherever he is on the map pretty much, and make that ability sort of useless. Obviously, he has to use the Tempered Fate, but it's definitely a good ability to shut down that Jin's long-range poke, takedown, whatever you want to call it. But I do think that with these last 5 seconds, Flashpoint want to pick some stuff that can dive onto the enemy backline, because frankly, it's going to be hard to kill two. Okay, those are definitely two placeholders. But
true, but like, why would you? Yes, they're placeholders. I'm just confused as to why you play placeholders last. I guess Joyle and Very Bitter both are missing a given champion of some variety.
The two solo lanes are what's missing right now. But they definitely need something at least in the top lane that can dive onto the backline of Zenith, because it's going to be so hard with what they've built up right now to get onto the Cassio, the Lucian, and the Graves. And if Brian picks up a tanky top laner here, it's going to be even harder, because already the Braum can try and soak a lot of the engagement in the Ashe and the Bard. And we do have to wait and see what the last 2 picks for Flashpoint actually are. But as it is right now, it's going to be hard to lock down that Cassio, who's been carrying... who carried the last game with Tuesday playing on that and has performed very well in all the games, honestly.
And we're back out of the client, as it seems there was maybe something of a miscommunication. If they were... pardon me. Hang on. Let me get this to the correct scene. If they were placeholder picks, they were meant to tell each other exactly what placeholder picks there were, so that there's no like hiding a pick. You know, you want to be able to counter pick somebody on the last pick. That's the advantage of being red side. So it seems that one of the teams just miscommunicated to one of the other teams exactly what those placeholders were. It wasn't Garen and Nunu, though. That's the thing to take away from this. Garen and Nunu were not the correct picks.
What you gonna do about that? But I mean, I was just about to say, what we really need is a support staff to like be letting us know which champions the placeholders are and whatnot, but that wouldn't even matter if the teams don't actually communicate what the placeholders are supposed to be.
I mean, at that point, it's Garen and Nunu. I mean, the teams are understanding enough to reset this game and remake it, and the teams are friendly enough with one another to do that. This is good sportsmanship. But technically, if a team picks a champ and doesn't say what the champ is supposed to be, then it is that champ. So technically, we should have seen a Garen and Nunu game, but I'm not going to hold them to it, because that
would be a tragic way to lose.
That really would be
of the IPL. That would be absolutely terrible, especially after they just showed that they could win a game. You know, if they lost game 3 due to it, it would have been a little bit less frustrating, because they got totally slammed in game 1, game 2. Or not slammed. Game 1 was very close, if you remembered the backdoor from Brian, but they did lose out those 2 games. And didn't look like the best team convincingly, but Game 3 was definitely a step in the right direction for them. And no, I mean, Anivia does have legs now, so she can now take the step in the right direction.
But something you gotta recognize, and some people may not. Tuesday is on an alt account right now, or he changed his name or something, because Tuesday's full name as a player is Tuesday Chicken, and that's partially because he loves Anivia. He's an Anivia player, from what I remember. I may be wrong on this, but I believe that's part of the reason why he's Tuesday Chicken. And so I am happy to see him, 1, off Cassiopeia, because we've seen that 3 times in a row now, and 2, playing Anivia.
I think also I actually asked him about the origins of his name, and I believe he's from Canada, and KFC there has a deal on their chicken on Tuesdays. I'm not kidding. And he may be completely trolling me for all I know, but the story from him is that there's a deal on Tuesday chicken at KFC in Canada. So that's where I know what his name comes from. Obviously, he must feel comfortable at least on the Anivia pick, because otherwise he wouldn't be bringing it out when his back is against the wall. And I honestly believe that he knows good matchups into Casio if he played it the last 3 games in a row. So I'm excited to see his Anivia in this game.
And it's the Poppy as the pick against the Echo. Brian is going to be grabbing the Little Yordle, the matchup against our Adolescent Master of Time. And that's going to be both compositions fully locked in. Any last words before we head into the spectator delay?
Just that we haven't seen Poppy in a long time, but she has made a resurgence in this latest patch. Got some buffs that are going to help her out pretty nicely up in the lane in the fights and whatnot. And I definitely think that is a great champion to try and peel Echo off of your carries. Obviously can knock him out of the fights. Whether or not he chrono breaks back in or not, we'll have to see. But this is definitely going to be an exciting one. I want to see it go all 5 games personally. But Zenith Esports definitely want to squash the revolution that Flashpoint tried to set in motion in Game 3.
Viva la Flashpoint revolution!
Viva la Flashpoint.
Anyways, one way or another, we'll see if they can successfully overthrow the oppressive government that is rising on their horizon. The Zenith, as you may say. My name is Octavian, I'm joined by Ender, and we've got more terrible, terrible humor on the other side of that 3-minute delay. Stick with us.
We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show.
Hello everyone, my name is Octavian. Welcome back to the Rift once again for this, the fourth, and again possibly final match of the night between Flashpoint and Zenith. Let me get the teams correctly colored up there for you nitpickers in the audience. No, I love you guys. Always telling me when I've got the overlay incorrect. You do me a favor, really.
Telling you when the stream's dropping, when the overlay's wrong,
man.
when they can't see champ select. Octavian,
You tell me you want to solo cast this? Because that's what I'm hearing right now.
that's what I said exactly. Word for word, Octavian.
Oh, no, I'm kidding. I would never leave you, Ender. Even if there was a better caster in the audience.
Even though I have to solo cast tomorrow and Thursday, but I'm not complaining. It's all okay. Tomorrow, Thursday, is the IAL, if anyone doesn't know. Semifinals, or third place match and the finals. These guys don't care about that. They're here for the action, and Very Bitter is in the thick of it right now.
Nice binding. Does catch the stun. And that's going to be the end of that. Unless Joyle looks for a little bit more action, but Kingvex is coming around as well. Come around the corner when he comes.
For this.
They could, but it would be a little bit...
It would be risky.
Yeah, it wouldn't exactly be guaranteed, because there's still the heal from Kingvex, Niji's flash as well. There's a lot of stuff left at their disposal. They're just going to chase him back into the jungle, force him to go back to base. He might miss a minion or two's worth of XP, and they definitely keep them from doing the Grom.
Yeah, the byproduct of that is that Nijiji has to recall, can't do the Grom. Meanwhile, Flashpoint still can, and also both supports burned a biscuit. So it's not a real advantage for either side, but they are going to be lower HP if some fights go down, which means that bot lane ganks could be a very big factor. Obviously, one potion not the end of the world.
That was a good stun into Sudsy there from Tuesday.
Yeah, there's already a lot of trading. Now Sudsy out of potions, level 1.
Very Bitter goes for the stun, but he fires it a little bit far to the right. And he's going to lose a good amount of health for that, actually. As Niji has managed to find his way back into the lane. A little bit late, but nonetheless, better late than never. Sudsy eats another stun in the mid lane, and both Tuesday and Sudsy have dropped rather low here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some jungle attention probably pretty shortly.
Yeah, definitely. Both Nidalee and Graves, especially with the red buff, Graves can do some work in the early game. Nidalee, it's up to landing her spear. And with Flash Ghost available for both mid laners, it should be difficult to get a kill on the first time around at least. Yeah, unless there's some good setup from the mids themselves. But, you know, Tuesday picked this into the Cassiopeia, picked that Anivia. He's losing out a little bit right now, but I do think that in theory, later in the game, he should be able to chunk. With that ice coming straight at Sudsy's face, lands it there. You can see the damage.
Held him up a little bit.
Yeah, the difference is that once Tuesday blows those cooldowns, Sudsy can then turn around and get the damage down. Return. Whoa!
Niji is flashing forward as he knows he's got Johnny waiting in the wings, coming around behind. There's the smoke screen. The concussive blow stacks up as well, and Joyle is no longer with us. That's first blood for Kingvex. Already has performed quite well through these series. He's going to be happy to grab that extra gold. Ooh, Niji took a tower hit, and Vladfire's there to punish him for it. Johnny may go down as well. But he's still playing fast and loose. Tuesday got a solo kill into Sudsy. There. Whoa. That wasn't worried he'd miss more action. I'd rewind the clock and go check that, but Vladfire's there for the auto.
Wow.
He was playing like he was trying to avoid the pounce in, but he just walked up and autoed him.
Yeah, can't really miss auto attacks. Unless there's like a Shen or Jax on the enemy team, then I guess they can dodge it. Not sure if that's exactly missing it, but Alorum already putting the punishment down on Brian up here. But let's talk about the middle lane. Tuesday, we said, you know, maybe a little bit later on he'd be doing better, but right in there, gets the solo kill on Sudsy, doesn't burn any of the summoners. The ghost right there on Sudsy that you see on cooldown, he just used that to get back into lane faster. That actually was not used in the duel they just had there. And Flashpoint are already up 3 kills to 1.
Yeah, and that's certainly preferable to the way they've started the last 2 games, losing the early game to some degree or another. But the last one, they lost the early game much harder than the second, and they were still able, the first, pardon me, and they were still able to come back. So, it's an interesting turn of events nonetheless.
The last time we saw Flashpoint actually get a pretty big lead like this in the early game was all the way back to game 1, in the game that they should have won. It was up to Brian on the gangplank to make that split push happen. So without the threat of the gangplank, maybe Poppy can do the same thing, but don't think so, as that's built more for the team fight than the split push. We'll have to see if Zenith can bounce back from this. Obviously, still early on.
Very Bitter's in some trouble here as he's going to get stunned up before he can go through the magical journey. Niji actually gets the jump on him. Gets ahead of him, but Very Bitter lands a stun. And the stun didn't connect onto Sudsy, though.
Yeah, stun didn't. I thought he got the double stun there, and I thought he was going to get out, which would have just been completely tragic for Zenith. But they do end up picking up the kill with an auto from Sudsy. Cheeky little recall cancel there from Joyle onto Sudsy. I'm just going to delay him a bit. Actually, stopping the recall entirely, Sudsy's going to walk back to the mid lane and farm it up without going back for some more items.
And that's pretty big for Sudsy, as he did fall behind because of that solo kill earlier on. That plus the fact that we're seeing Tuesday build into the tier first makes it so that I'd say Sudsy is going to be doing just fine now in the mid lane. Unless there's some sort of jungle interaction or something like that, or maybe just Tuesday being a little bit ahead in levels that could still have a bit of an impact, because Anivia's base damage is really high, particularly on her E, when she maxes that first. But
Yeah.
I think Sudsy should do alright, provided he doesn't play too fast and loose.
I do think, though, that the solo kills actually helps out Tuesday a lot more. Not only is he ahead in EXP a little bit and gold off the minions, but he also was able to get the tier on the first back. Now, Vladfire continuing to put the pressure on Johnny.
Doesn't manage to protect the spear.
Yeah, he gets the flash out of him, though, so now Johnny a lot more vulnerable in his jungle, has to seed the Gromp. And there's 4 members from Flashpoint moving around this bottom lane. I don't think they can actually succeed in a dive here, but they may very well try.
Yeah, and meanwhile in top lane, we've got some trying going on as well. Nijijin gets left alone by his AD carry. He's going to be stunned up by that bard to start it off, and pounced on by Vladfire to finish it. There wasn't much time in between.
A 4v1 dive is definitely a lot easier than the 4v2, but they may have been able to win that one out as well, as they do get some good damage down on that bot tower, about halfway melted through that one. Not going to look for the Drake, even though Ocean is probably strongest when it is the first Drake to spawn. Just to give a little bit better sustain in the lane. And actually, ultimate burnt from Brian, not going to connect.
Oh, no. Yeah, the animation barely even came out there, but it is on full cooldown. That's unfortunate for Brian.
Definitely. Tuesday was successful, though, in protecting the blue.
He was already having a little bit of a rough time in the lane, too. Meanwhile, Vladfire's going for another invade here. This time he finds Sudsy living up in the jungle and wants to put a stop to that as best he can. One more pounce, one more execute, and the Cougar form does the job.
4-0-0 on this Nidalee at 8 minutes into the game. Excellent play there. Does not go for the spear. The spear is going to be very hard to land there when Sudsy has the flash, has the go. So he just flashes forward and takes him down with the takedown. Picks up the kill and maintains a very sizable CS lead over this Graves on the opposite side.
And Graves has not been too much of a powerful pick in this series overall, you know? I mean, we've certainly seen some good things, some collateral damages doing work in teamfights, but it's not been nearly as impactful as, say, the Lee Sin earlier, this Nidalee now. I'm wondering, as you said during the draft phase, why we're not seeing Elise.
Yeah, it kind of baffles me, especially because Elise can match the early game of Nidalee, even do a little bit better as far as ganks go, because Cocoon obviously going to lock down the enemy, whereas Nidalee just has to do the damage. No real CC built into her kit. But that's part of what makes her such a great duelist. She does the damage in the 1v1.
Crystalline arrow flying just wide to the right. And Joyle's going to be missing that cooldown now. Speaking of cooldowns, Brian almost has his ulti available again. Very long cooldown on that one at rank 1.
Yeah, Johnny just looking to counter jungle Vladfire a bit, but I believe Vladfire has the cooldown on the enemy blue buff. Doesn't look like he's going for any invade, but Temper Fate locks up Sudsy.
Oh, and Tuesday turned around at just the right moment to avoid being stunned, but Sudsy's still able to get the return kill. Almost certainly going to be falling for it, but he's still got a bit of life to work with. He's reaching back underneath his turret, but Tuesday will flash in for the finish.
And you can kind of see there how Tuesday can't really do much when his Q and E are on cooldown. You know, he chunked out Sudsy a lot, but it wasn't quite enough to finish him out until he had the E back again, could flash forward and lock down Sudsy.
Niji may have had the rebirth passive there had he landed that Winter's Bite, but he predicted a little bit too much on Tuesday, who didn't dodge backwards as aggressively.
Yeah, since he pulled out the signature Tuesday 1v2, 1v3, 1-for-1 kill trade there that we saw so often, especially in Game 1, maybe a little bit in Game 2, but, you know, just turning around on the Cassiopeia, because frankly the DPS is kind of out of this world on Cassio with those Twin Fangs, especially since the sort of mini rework, where Twin Fangs, you don't have to be hitting a poison target to have that cooldown be next to nothing. It just is.
Why have skilled conduct within your small interactions between mechanics when you can just have them be mechanics? No, Cassiopeia is still a perfectly fine champ, in my opinion at least, though I can understand where some people are coming from with the complaints. There's the stun from Joel, though, into Niji. Niji is getting chunked dangerously low, in fact, so dangerously low as to lose all of his hit points.
Yeah, and you see there, yes, Flashpoint pick up 1 kill, but had the support not been a Braum, that likely would have been able to be a double, because the Braum Unbreakable, that's the big shield that he throws out. It stops the Cosmic Binding from actually being able to go on towards the second target, and that would have landed onto King Vex, locked him up, possibly leaving enough time for a double kill down there. But nevertheless, they do get that first turret takedown in the bot lane, extend their gold lead to 3k now, dominating this early game. Really nicely played from them.
This is the first real action we've seen out of Johnny. He's going for the kill into Alorum, but a sidestep will get him out of the way of the collateral damage. Meanwhile,
tries to pick up the kill, gives up the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, they may yet get this turret, but even that I don't think is going to be worth it, because it'll just be an even trade in turrets, and they got the first fortification.
Yeah, not an even trade when the first tower is in play. Now Sudsy, no flash, he's gone. Vladfire 6 kills now. I'm just wondering where the Dark Seal is for him, because Johnny built that a couple games ago, if you recall, and Vladfire is having a ridiculous showing on this Nidalee right now.
And you can see why there's so much jungle focus in these bans, because even though we've had this much jungle focus, both junglers have performed brilliantly multiple times in this series. Johnny had a great Lee Sin game, Vladfire's having a great Nidalee game. Both of these junglers are very possibly the stars of their rosters, and so both teams are respecting that with a lot of focus on it during pick ban.
Absolutely. And the game kind of goes in the direction of whoever's jungler is performing the best. You know, Johnny on the Lee Sin and the Nidalee the last couple of games has performed very well, but Vladfire this game definitely taking control of the jungle, and he's taking this Nidalee to a whole new level, because Johnny, well, yes, he was ahead. He wasn't all over Johnny, or he wasn't all over Vladfire's jungle. Until his team got a big lead and they all kind of moved in as a unit. This game, it's Vladfire's solo mission.
Tuesday interrupted Johnny's quick draw there.
So close.
But he still manages to get out, just by the skin of his teeth. So he's turning around for a little bit of return damage, but that icicle bites.
Yeah, just as I started talking about how Vladfire was kind of a man on a mission, solo in the enemy jungle, turns out very bitter and Tuesday wanted to take down Johnny. They didn't quite succeed, do end up securing a lot of pressure around this bottom lane, already taking that turret to half HP, and Tuesday doing work in the mid.
The auto flies out, but it wasn't enough. Oh, so very close. Tuesday's got to be a little bit salty about that one.
Tower's gone.
One way or another, though, that is a secondary turret falling on the bottom side. Now a secondary turret in the mid lane under fire as well. And Flashpoint Esports are in prime form this game.
Yeah, where's this macro play been from Flashpoint this whole series, especially in Game 1? Because they are absolutely taking it to Zenith. They get the early lead around their jungler, and ever since then, the map has been theirs. The line of scrimmage, usually around the river at this point in time, is pushed up almost to inside Zenith's base. That's how powerful these pickups and this game plan from Flashpoint has been thus far.
Yeah, and Zenith just isn't showing up to the same degree. I mean, it may be a matter of fatigue. This series has been going on now for the 4th game in a row. We could very well, with the way this game is going, take it to a 5th. And that's a whole skill set in and of itself, being able to play out a full best of 5 and stay in competing condition the whole time. It's not an easy feat, certainly.
Yeah, because to be honest, how often do these teams actually play best of 5s? Because in the regular season, it's best of 3s, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden they're forced into this situation where there have been forfeits in the playoffs as well, so they haven't played that many necessarily. And now they're getting pushed to the absolute limit. And Flashpoint looking like they want to come back from this, possibly go for a reverse sweep. We'll have to wait and see how this game goes to see if we'll even make it to a Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly a good pattern to be following if you want to get the reverse sweep, but some happy feet from Sudsy. Dodging everything. This man is not going to be touched, and he turns back around on a Tuesday. He's got some good damage down. Tuesday does have an egg available, and Brian the Is, meanwhile, is teleported back in. That egg is going to be stunned up against a wall. Wasn't doing too much, but they wanted to scramble it one way or another.
That's the Cassiopeia we've been seeing all series. Sudsy turning it around onto Tuesday. A little bit flipped as far as who's playing the Cassiopeia, but it's doing the same thing. And now Zenith is the one with the advantage, pushing down into this middle lane.
Yeah, and the outer turret is going to fall. A very nice Cosmic Binding catches Brian the Is, but turret falls before he does. And that's going to be a little bit of momentum back for Zenith. Definitely needed.
Absolutely needed from them. Gold lead shrunken down from about 5,000 to 4,000 now. Towers still the reason that Flashpoint is so far ahead. The reason that Zenith was winning a lot of the other games, it was because of these tower takedowns. Even if they were down in kills, they're ahead in towers, and that's been the name of this series so far. It's who can get the towers, who can get that map advantage, not necessarily the victories in the team deathmatch.
Yeah, though, I mean, that has been very helpful, specifically for Vladfire this game, who is, I believe the phrase is, popping off with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed alongside his core jungle item, whereas Johnny just has a small collection of long swords to his name alongside his.
Yeah, that's what they're saying down the hood, man, you know? Popping off, but
I am hip to the kids.
He's definitely doing it. Vladfire 6-0, I say, for about the 100th time. I'm going for the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so no slouch when it comes to damage. Now, the big thing with the Rylai's on the Nidalee is that not only do... Alarm's fine, we'll keep talking, but not only does the spear clock it, as now Brian's in trouble.
He flashed away from the crystalline arrow, but not away from the bard. Stun, however, he does have his ulti, and he lands it on all 3. Tuesday's still here, though. There was a 4th waiting in the wings, so to speak, but Brian's got the speed buff off of his W, and he gets out.
Waiting in the wings. I like it, Octavian, with that Anivia. I picked up on it.
It is with a swift mind and a terrible sense of humor that I have risen to such great heights of casting, my friend.
Wonderful here is Lorm trying to slow down this dragon, but that's all he can really do is slow it down, because no smite means no steal. Now Dragon's evened up 1 ocean to 1 ocean. Towers not even close to the same, as that's the 6th tower pre 20 minutes for Flashpoint.
Yeah, now Zenith they're down to the rocks. You know, they've got a hold of these inhibitor turrets, and Brian is not making it any easier, and once again finding himself in a life or death situation, choosing to hold out for a little bit longer, but won't be that much longer as Vladfire is godlike.
Wow, this Nidalee.
But he's traded his life for another turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly kind of worth it there for Zenith to get the tower, but they're still so far behind that it's really hard for them. Can they get a Lorm? That's the question.
They may yet be able to. Tuesday has roamed his way down here, but King Vex and Niji are safe at this point, and yeah, no, Tuesday may be on the menu.
Has the egg, though, so not really in too much pressure
that's
here.
Really not how it works. It doesn't go from chicken to egg. It's not the direction it goes.
Hey, you don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg. In this case, the chicken definitely came first.
Oh, no. Well, it goes chicken, egg, chicken.
Oh, God.
Maybe with frost chickens, it's different.
I guess it's true. Philosophy with Octavian and Ender L here at the Imperial Pro League, the finals. We don't care about League of Legends. We care about finding out which came first.
Evolutionary philosophy.
And that's what we're trying to find out right here tonight is who comes first, Flashpoint or Zenith?
Oh,
that's
baby.
The age-old question. Hello.
Segways.
Segways.
Like the Chinese army. You ever see that picture? They have the Chinese people on the
No,
side.
I haven't, but now I have to.
It's
like,
great.
it's
Well, no, it's not the army. It's their police force. The Chinese police force in Beijing. They have a troop of policemen who are on Segways.
So you're saying that their entire police force is just a bunch of Paul Blarts?
No, not the entire thing. But the Chinese police force does have a division, or it did at one point. This is a really old picture. I remember seeing it years ago. Who rode Segways around the streets of Beijing. One way or another, though.
Hey man, all I've seen is
We have League of
mall
Legends.
Cops. All I see is a bunch of mall cops trying to keep the peace over in China.
All right, let's...
We're back. 6K gold lead for Flashpoint.
Baron's
on the map, but we've seen so many games thrown, kind of teeter-tottered because of poor Baron calls, because of these early Baron calls. And it's really risky.
They're going for it, though.
It's warded.
It is very much warded, and they very much know this. There's a pink. They can see it, but Baron is almost at half health now. It's melting pretty fast, even for a 20-minute Baron take. They have to back off. Very Bitter has taken half his health. There's the... Oh, it only connects onto Sudsy, the Tempered Fate. He had already gotten down the miasma as well, but they get the chunk into Sudsy as the arrow connects. Now a teleport on the back lines, and this is Zenith split and retreating. But the teleport gets cancelled. The teleport got cancelled out by Brian.
No!
Brian the hero! It's a 1-for-1 trade now, as Alorum is not able to teleport into the fight, cancelled out by Brian, charging in to keep him from cutting his team off.
Looks like Alorum right now, but that one could get turned around with a nice wall stun from Brian, but he's
and
getting
now
out
things are just messy. We'll see if Brian can escape from this one, pull another disappearing act. It looks like his magic is spent at this point. He's done his team a service one way or another. Give that man a purple heart.
Oh, nice wall. Force the flash.
Yeah, Johnny's flanking from the side, but he hasn't got too much to offer by way of CC. Now Alorum is dashing in onto the parallel convergences, and yeah, Zenith is forcing this perhaps a little bit too hard. But there's the miasma. Alorum's caught up at the front, can't phase dive away while on the purple mist. But my god, does Tuesday do damage. Oh, there's the snipe! Joyo looked for it earlier, and he found it now.
Joyo, you monster! Definitely looking a lot better on the Ashe in this Game 4 than last time round. But wow, with the snipe there, Johnny getting exhausted. He's out for the count most likely.
Oh, Zenith is reaching. Zenith is reaching so hard for any straws they can grasp onto at this point. They just barely avoided total disaster there in those last few fights. Still was a loss for the most part. Johnny's going to get hunted down through the bush. And he will fall pretty anticlimactically.
No, that was great there, actually. Flatfire uses the sweeper just to see the area that Johnny's in of the bush, to see if he's trying to juke back into his team or continue running away. And then he donates the kill over to Joel. He says, you know what, I've already got 8 kills. I'm way too fed this game. Give it over to that Ashe, who's going to start doing more and more damage, whereas the Nidalee gonna start doing less and less in team fights, because especially with this Lickbane build, she's gonna be pretty easy to focus fire down.
Well, that fire face checks potentially into the wrong bush. The rest of his team is over in the Baron pit. They could get here pretty lickety split, and well, that's about how fast Nijin's health went away. And now the parallel conversion coming down just in time to stun up Sudsy. He does drop his ulti rather well beforehand, but Tuesday was not caught in it, and he's happy to put the last few hundred hit points out of their misery from Sudsy's hit points.
This is still risky from Flashpoint. They don't have a huge tank. It's just Alorum.
Ooh.
Now without Nero, but I think they have it. Yep.
Yeah, they do indeed. King Vex's culling is not enough to stop them. And King Vex himself will be stopped. That is a brilliant Cosmic Binding.
The CC layering from Flashpoint has been absolutely absurd this game. The Anivia, the Bard, even the Ashe with the ultimate there. Just doing so much work here. They've got 3 members down from Zenith. They may try and take down this tower at the same time. It already has a little bit of HP taken off of it, and there's no way Zenith can stop this push.
And Zenith, they look off this game. I'm not sure exactly what the problem was, but they fell behind in laning phase, and didn't make up for it like they usually have done. Like, one of these games that we've seen today, Zenith was ahead in laning phase, but every other time it's been Flashpoint who were a little bit ahead. I think you mentioned that before. In the 2v2 and the 1v1s, all these, Flashpoint usually comes out 10-15% on top, but then Zenith has been able to make up for that somewhere else with some roams to the bottom side of the map, with team fights, with skirmishes, whatever it happens to be. Zenith plays the mid game really well. This match, it doesn't even feel like there's been a mid game.
Well, it's Johnny, I think. He wasn't able to get a big lead. Vladfire just kind of outclassed him in the jungle, and they were able to use that to move the vision line up, to take down all the towers, and there's nothing really Zenith can do but play kind of on their back foot. Now they're 11,000 gold in deficit here. Way out of this one for now, and the Cassiopeia late game is a definite possibility, but Flashpoint are not giving Zenith any sort of opportunity to come back in this, because if we remember to those past games, even though Zenith was, taking control of them for the most part, they were never definitively in a gold lead. I mean, they were, but it was around 3 to 4 to 5,000 gold that they were ahead, not really able to extend their lead nearly as well as Flashpoint has been able to in this Game 4.
And it's really looking like we might see a Game 5 as Alorum Chrono breaks backwards, but maybe a little bit early. And Brian the Is just going to stun him up against the wall, and that's Alorum down. However, the rest of his team is taking advantage of the man disadvantage he's created by drawing the attention of 2 members. But I don't know how long they'll have that. Yeah, Brian's teleporting in. Very Bitter's going to get caught up against the wall there, take the full brunt of a culling. Tuesday getting caught out on the wrong side of the fight is going to wall himself a little bit of safety. Oh, that final was so good. Bitter showing up on this Braum pick. There's another stun on a Kingvex. This guy has been crazy so far, but he may yet fall. No, he gets through the portal in time. He stuns Sudsy against the wall. Now they're turning it back around. Tuesday gets the kill with a massive burst. Flashes in. He gets the double. Kill. Oh, and suddenly things are just coming up aces for Flashpoint.
Inhibitor down, minions in the base, teleport in behind. Alorum has returned to the fray, and now he's looking for Johnny with the flash.
He was the first casualty, but he wants to take the last. He's phase diving in, and he takes no prisoners. This is going to be Flashpoint taking us to a Game 5, everybody.
Wow. And before we go to a break, I want to talk about that last fight, because at the start, it was going well for Zenith. It was a 5 versus 4. They took down Alorum in the split push, who showed a little bit too early. And then it was actually Brian who saved Very Bitter. He ulted him away from the fight completely. Very Bitter living with about 200, 300 HP. And then because that Bard was alive, because he was able to bait in Sudsy, he got the Cosmic Binding stun against the wall, and that allowed Tuesday to annihilate that Cassiopeia with his counter pick of the Anivia, taking over in that last fight with the help of Vladfire. And the entire Flashpoint lineup, honestly, even Alorum teleporting in at the end for the most convincing victory we've seen all night.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very apt way to put it. That is the victory most decided. That one was not even close. Flashpoint have seemed to turn this series around, and they may yet get the reverse sweep. We're on the cusp of that very thing. We're going to get the players together. We're going to get into the next match as soon as we possibly can, everybody. Please do stick around to see how this one resolves, because one way or another, it's been a long journey, and I am damn excited. Alrighty everybody, welcome back to my hodgepodge client here with me and Tiny Ender. I apologize, my usual overlay is not functional tonight, but that doesn't really matter, because we have Game 5 of one of the most exciting and riveting series I've ever casted for the IPL here on our hands. It is Zenith versus Flashpoint Esports, and we are into Game Point.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited. Honestly, I was disappointed at the start of this series because it looked, frankly, like Zenith was just going to crush Flashpoint in a 3-0 victory. Game 3 was even in their favor until Flashpoint turned it around. And when they turned around that Game 3, they turned around this entire series because Game 4 was an absolute stomp in favor of Flashpoint. And oh, it's actually Zenith again on the red side here as Flashpoint choose blue side. They did get side selection for this Game 5, and they're first picking the Nidalee out once again. Interesting that Zenith banned away the Cassiopeia rather than the Nidalee, because Cassio was a champion they were able to pick for themselves last game.
Yeah, and the Cass ban, I mean, that was something I was kind of anticipating. I'm surprised we haven't seen it earlier on in the series. It's just because they've been so focused on the jungle. But both of these players have evidenced themselves to be very proficient and prolific Cassiopeia players. So I'm surprised it took until Game 5 to see it out of the picture, but it is a little bit odd to see it banned away by Zenith as they're on the red side.
Exactly.
Because Sudsy actually had a pretty darn good performance on Cass last game. They may have lost that match, but I don't think it was because of the Cass lane. Though, honestly, Tuesday's Anivia did do quite a good job of holding down the lane against Sudsy. Like, Sudsy didn't... He didn't feed. You know,
he got
didn't
solo killed.
He didn't horribly lose the lane, but he certainly didn't win it. So maybe they're not reliant on early picking the Cassiopeia this time around. They just want to make sure that Tuesday doesn't get it.
The Cassio kind of similar to the Jhin in that it hasn't won a lot of games this series, but it has performed fairly well for the most part. Now Tuesday, or Very Bitter, one of those players is going to be picking up the Karma. Where it goes, we'll have to wait till the next rotation. But what I want to talk about is why this Nidalee made it through, because that was the carrying force from Flashpoint last game. And Zenith don't ban it away. We see Olaf Rek'Sai banned out, which I don't think an Olaf is going to make nearly as big of an early game impact as Vladfire's Nidalee did, at least last game. And Anivia on the table as well, which I checked the damage charts after game 4, and Anivia did by far and away the most damage in the game, out-damaging Vladfire's Nidalee by 7,000.
Dang.
Which
that's
in
no
such
small
a
thing.
short game, 27 minutes. Anivia only did around 21,000 damage, whereas the Nidalee, the next highest, did around, I believe it was 15k or 16k. It was somewhere in that range, but the Anivia definitely doing way more, and you saw it in those team fights where her Frostbolt, that was just executing people, honestly.
This time, Brian is going to be the one grabbing the Echo. Doesn't want to give that over to Alorum again, and that was a pretty good matchup for Alorum. Poppy really didn't have too much of an impact in that last game. Though to be fair, you could just say that Zenith as a whole didn't have a lot of impact in that last game. They didn't seem to show up, really, in Game 4, and they showed up brilliantly in Game 2. They showed up darn strong in Game 1. There's a lot more even Game 1, and it seemed to have followed sort of like a symmetrical graph for Zenith so far. They go up in performance, they hit this peak, and now they're going down, and I really hope that the pattern doesn't continue for them, because this is it. This is the last game. It's a best of 5, and we're on number 5. There are no more after this, which is great, because I really need to go and eat some dinner.
Yeah, I mean, the IPL, it's going to be over in probably under an hour, unless,
yeah,
we should probably knock on wood before that actually happens. Garen, obviously a placeholder, but I'm surprised that Alorum is not returning to the Maokai that performed so incredibly well up against the Echo. Now, I say that with kind of a caveat in that there's a lot of flexing that could go on for Zenith right now. Trundle could go top or support, and the Echo can also go top or mid.
It's true.
So he doesn't necessarily know exactly what he's facing. Tuesday doesn't necessarily know what he's facing, although he probably expects this last pick to be held out for the mid lane.
And this time, it seems like the teams have cooperated with the teams have communicated rather with one another. So the players on Zenith at least know what the Garen is, even if we don't. It's a mystery pick for us. So we don't know exactly what they might be counterpicking here in the mid, as the Garen is most likely their mid, though it could be their support, and Karma could be mid, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it's definitely the mid lane pickup here. There's the Graves, so I'm thinking Graves mid, Trundle support, Echo top. Though, like, a lot of those are interchangeable, as you said. And
it's the Gangplank that came in last. Graves was picked earlier.
But, sorry, Gangplank.
I think the Gangplank.
For some reason, I get the two names mixed up.
You want to take the Gangplank into Shen. That's why you pick it. Remember Game 1, the split push, how he can use Cannon Barrage to help his team out in a 4 versus 5, whereas the Shen, Alorum had to put himself in the thick of the action. They lost 3 inhibitors and a Nexus because of that. And we have that same matchup from Game 1, the Shen into the Gangplank. And that's probably, I mean, obviously Gangplank and Echo could potentially flex, but I definitely think that the Gangplank is a much better pick into the Shen. And we're back into Champ Select, so we'll find out exactly where all these picks are going in just a few. But if Game 5 is nearly as exciting as Game 1 was, this is going to be one of my favorite series I've ever cast.
Yeah, it looks like Brian is maybe trying to bookend the series with his Gangplank play. Like, start it off with a backdoor finish, and then maybe we'll go with the same strategy the next time. And, well, after 4 games worth of feeling out your opponents, of learning how Zenith works, I would imagine that Flashpoint might have a better defense against that this time. I mean, it is the same matchup top. It's the Shen versus the Gangplank, and it's the Anivia mid. All right, so Anivia was the pick for Tuesday there. That was the Garen placeholder. But other than that, things have changed up quite a bit across the rest of the map. So they may this time around have the tools to deal with the Gangplank split push.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. There's obviously a lot of engage potential out of the Ashe Karma in the bot lane, but also there's no real frontliner to engage. Obviously, the Shen is a good frontliner, but he's usually splitting facing off against the Gangplank, and he will be using the Stand United most likely onto Vladfire's Nidalee so that he can kind of dive into the fights and do damage, but that's always risky because the Nidalee is going to be fairly squishy, at least in these early to mid stages of the game before some of the items like the Rylai's from last game come in, maybe a Zhonya's this game up against heavy AD composition from Zenith. I'm excited to see where this one goes, Octavian.
As am I, but we may have to wait a little bit. Abate your excitement for only 3 minutes because that is the length of our spectator delay. My name is Octavian. I'm joined by the ever so hyped Ender L, and we will see you folks on the Summoner's Rift. Alright, I'm very sorry to interrupt that song right when it was getting to the good bit, but my name is Octavian, I'm joined by Enderell, and we've got League of Legends to cast for you guys tonight. This is the final game, this is it. The decision will be made here as to who is the victor of, strangely enough we haven't actually seen a victor tonight, but who is the victor of the Imperial Pro League season?
Absolutely, Octavian. I couldn't be more thrilled for this Game 5. We either get a huge upset victory in this best of 5 by Zenith Esports, or we get an amazing reverse sweep from Flashpoint when their backs were completely against the wall in Game 3. And just as I'm getting hyped, we get shut down by our first pause of the night.
My least favorite color is sepia.
I'm cursed.
It's my least favorite color now.
Who's your least favorite color caster, though, Octavian?
Don't ask me these questions.
At least it's not my name.
Don't ask me these questions because I cannot tell you the answers.
Okay.
I don't want to hurt you.
Oh, I see how it is now, Octavian. I mean, you were gonna solo cast if it wasn't me tonight, so technically I guess I'm your favorite and your least favorite color casters. There's no one else in your life. Feeling... What? Okay, I'm stopping there. I almost walked right into it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
The game has been unpaused. We have League of Legends. We have another spear landing. Both Vladfire and Johnny have been on point with their Nidalee play this series. And these are teams that are evenly matched. So... I mean, if you had just caught the last game, maybe you wouldn't think that. Maybe you'd think that Flashpoint definitely has the lead. But, the way the series is played out, these teams are so well-matched to one another, and that makes for really entertaining League of Legends.
I feel like every start to the game, or at least the last couple games, there's been so much early skirmishing, trying to get an advantage, but this is the first time it actually results in anything. Brian has to burn the Flash on Gangplank. That's going to hurt him so much up there, because Vladfire, if he's looking for a lane to gank early on, it's gonna be up in the top lane. Especially now that the one escape summoner, the one escape spell at all for Brian, is now on a 5-minute cooldown.
Indeed it is, and let me just get these team tags on the correct side. There we go.
I actually went ahead and checked. Brian is running the Mastery. That reduces the summer spell cooldown, so he's gonna get it back a little bit sooner. But still vulnerable for a while.
So you were incorrect, is what you're telling me, when you said 5 minutes.
I said about 5 minutes, Octavian.
Don't try and back out of this one, young man.
It's been a long night.
It has. It very much has. And that's going to wear on both Zenith and Flashpoint here. As I segue forward into this fight, Kingvex popping the heal, actually, as both supports just chase themselves down in AD carry. But Joel is not proving easy prey, and Niji is the one who drops lower than Bitter. One more auto attack from either of them would have done it, but he flashed away, and now with the potion ticking, he'll be able to stick around in lane a little longer. He just has to be very careful.
That was some exciting support on carry combat. Both supports abandoned their carries. They're like, we're gonna go get the kill on the enemy. Neither really getting a kill, but a lot of summoners burnt out by Zenith's bot lane. And they're already getting pressured across the map. This Zenith lineup lost the Flash in top, now in the bottom.
Nice pillar from Niji, who is back on this trundle that he seems to adore so very much. Just loves trolling. And it's going to result in another slightly favorable trade. But both Joel and Very Bitter through all of this have been able to hold on to their flashes. So should jungle attention find its way bottom lane, they do have a slight advantage, given that there is one missing on Niji.
At the same time, though, they're already incredibly low, and they have no potions remaining, so their only sustain here is from the Doran's Blade they have and whatever setup lifesteal they took in their runes or masteries, if anything. We're going to have to wait and see who comes down here first. It looks like it's going to be Vladfire.
Yeah, he does have the slightly faster clear. The shield a little bit late is Very Bitter. Just about lands the slow into Kingvex. Joel flashing for it for the last auto, or what he thought was the last auto, but Kingvex has enough health that it requires a flash from Vladfire as well. Now Niji, without any summoners available, will fall, and that's Flashpoint decidedly taking the advantage. Johnny busy with a crab.
Zenith left that Nidalee open, and once again you see how fast that jungle clear is, and because Flashpoint was able to take out so many of the summoner spells from Zenith's duo down in the bottom lane, that gank is incredibly easy to do. Because spears don't even matter when Bladfire can just flash auto attack to get the first blood onto King Vex. Once again with an early lead that Flashpoint was able to make to acquire last game. Doing it again here. Only difference is this middle lane that Sudsy now has the advantage with that mid lane echo.
Yeah, and Sudsy's actually doing quite a good job on the mid lane echo. That is I'd say the glimmering beacon of hope that Zenith has in these first few minutes of the game. Given that he has managed to pull a good bit further ahead in terms of CS, now 10 or 11 up.
Oh no.
But we have some more action in the top lane. Shadow Dash is going to be cleansed off by Brian, but there's no cleansing off that spear, and Flatfire will instantly put him to rest. No flash still for Brian, just about to come up. Now very bitter on the bottom side is looking for the snare into King Vex. He's going to find it. There's quite a few more minions for Zenith's duo than there are for Flashpoints, and they come out on the wrong end of a trade, though King Vex does take a shot from the Ranger's focus there, and it's pretty bitter.
You better believe it is, Octavian, but Flashpoint, they're making all the right plays, and once again, Vladfire is on fire. Maybe he's playing Nidalee, but definitely making it work, and Johnny trying to counter jungle some of these camps away from Vladfire, gonna be successful, and now calling down Sudsy towards this bottom lane, but I don't know if they can actually get anything. They're gonna pull off.
Sudsy reconsiders his options, heads back towards mid, looks for the stun into Tuesday, but he manages to wing his way out of there.
Oh boy, Octavian, they just never end, do they? Cassiopeia finally in Game 5 is out of the game, but the puns never leave us.
There is yet another animal champion. Oh man, Sudsy getting just stymied by that wall, couldn't finish off Tuesday. And he tumbles his way through a spear, seemingly. And Vladfire still does some good damage to him, though, but he's got the parallel convergence now, hit level 6 during the middle of the fight.
Yeah, Tuesday actually stuck himself in the wall, but now Sudsy may have to pop
was
the
a
ult.
nice stun, but he's going to pop the ult back into Vladfire. He's got the support of some cannon fire, and Vladfire will be cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Tuesday gets popped into his egg, and he's about to be scrambled. A joke I'm sure you've never heard before. Tuesday popping back out, rebirth only to fall again.
Octavian, please. Please.
Come on, the cannon fodder one was pretty good.
Don't get me wrong, I love puns.
That one was wordplay, not pun. Learn the difference.
Enough is enough. I mean, I've been doing them all day too. Like, I'm partially to blame, but man, oh man, that's a not a bad one, but just a little bit much for me as we're all the way in Game 5, and even though Zenith down in kills, they're up in gold, and that is this mid lane. Sudsy, I mean, he is scrambling Tuesday, to be honest, because he's up 30 CS over the bird in the middle lane.
And this is compared to the last time he played off against Tuesday's Anivia. It was a much different matchup. It was Cassiopeia. You don't get much farther away from Cassiopeia than picking Echo, but still, it's against the same champ, it's against the same player, and he's managed to turn it around so much.
Yeah, the Anivia definitely working out much better as a counter pick than a blind pick in this game, which Sudsy, I guess, already had picked the Echo by the time the Anivia came out, but they flexed that down into the mid lane, got a great matchup in both mid and top with that last pick Gangplank, and he's tanky enough that these E's don't really hurt.
Wow! He was just... The whole of Flashpoint was just playing darts, and Sudsy was the board. He managed to avoid getting hit by 2 of them, but wasn't enough.
And the Chronobait just now coming back off of cooldown, so didn't have that to juke out any of the CC. Tuesday, no egg.
Oh, and Johnny's end of the line actually got cancelled there by the wall, though. Nicely done by Tuesday. Blocking a lot of his damage.
He has both summoners, so Tuesday should be able to get out.
It looks like Tuesday may be buying time. Yeah, he's got the Shen Shield coming through for that collateral damage. But that's bought enough time as well for Niji to come up from the bottom lane and put down a no-fun zone around his pillar.
Yeah, that's incredibly worth it for Zenith right there. They get the flash out of the immobile Anivia, as well as burning the Stand United. That denies Alorum about a wave up there to the top lane tower. So and definitely going to be good to propel Brian up into this lead.
It really looked like Tuesday and Flashpoint were thinking they could get something sort of cheeky out of that whole situation with Johnny finding himself Tuesday caught out, but Tuesday, I mean, he could have just walked down the river, flown down the river, I suppose, but he he stayed. He kept fighting. Maybe he thought that Niji was coming up, and so he'd get trapped between the Trundle and the Graves. But one way or another, they still do pay for it with the long cooldowns that you mentioned.
Yeah, Alorum definitely could have used the Stand United earlier, but the whole point was to bait Johnny in towards their side of the jungle so that Vladfire could show up, and they could turn it into a 3 versus 1 onto Johnny. But he was able to back on away, collateral damage, obviously, letting him jump on out of any sort of action that's being put on him, as well as almost taking down Tuesday in the 1 versus 1. Just a little bit short.
And I've got to give some props to Sudsy, who's continuing to hold his own, well, more than hold his own in the mid lane. He's actually zoning Tuesday back, and now roaming down out of the mid. May look for a catch here onto Vladfire as he's doing the crab. He's going to phase dive forward. Time Winder thrown out, doesn't come back through the Nidalee, though. Not quite the right angle, and a spear actually connects. Just about avoids the stun, tumbles over a wall, and then immediately Chrono breaks backwards and may find himself in a lot more trouble because of it. I should have just stayed on the other side of the wall. Very Bitter getting chunked decently low by the Gangplank ulti, but there's no one to follow up on it. As the exhaust is dropped and the Joyal Vladfire is taking far too much of that culling. That was down to a hair. There's Tuesday though, getting flashed on by Niji. The double tap passive from Kingfix isn't enough. He's out of mana. He's not got much but auto attacks to throw this fight. One more into Bitter does claim that kill, but there's the revenge from Bitter post-mortem. As now Brian is finally teleporting into this fight. He's dropped a few barrels, but they're just getting exploded on him. He's not the one doing the exploding. We'll see if he can finally finish off Joyal. Just one auto. Come on, there it is. Okay.
Okay, so 2 for 2 overall for Zenith, but it definitely could have gone a lot better for them. Vladfire had a really nice spear to pick off Johnny at the back end of that chase. Now 5 kills on that Nidalee. Changing up the build a little bit in this game. Last game, I believe you went for the Tracker's Knife. This time, aggressively picking up that challenging Smite, as well as going for an early Abyssal Scepter, which is a little bit surprising to me, considering that Zenith's lineup is primarily physical damage, minus Sudsy's Echo in the mid.
Yeah, and that may be a weakness for them moving forward. Given that Sudsy, I mean, he's got assassination potential, building a sort of AP Bruiser Echo, it seems like, but he's not going to have a lot of consistent damage output towards a lot of enemies, sort of like in Anivia or old style Azir. Some of these mages might be able to do, like put out that AoE damage during a team fight and actually hit a lot of different people. Sudsy's got to choose a target and choose it wisely. It's more of an assassin playstyle than anything else.
Wow, just look at how far ahead Vladfire is over Johnny, just in the items. Johnny has yet to finish the Warrior Enchantment, whereas Vladfire has the Runic Echoes and is practically almost done with the Abyssal Scepter.
And Vladfire's Nidalee has performed brilliantly over the last 2 games. It's given a new lease on life over to Flashpoint, who desperately needed it, down 2-0 in the series, but now they've managed to tie it up 2-2, and, well, this game is going to decide whether or not they pull off the reverse sweep. Brian is going for the 1v1 with Alarm, but not going to get too much out of that.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep picking that Nidalee, and Zenith weren't too scared of it apparently, or were willing to give it up for a couple of nice picks themselves, because they left the Nidalee open for Vladfire, and he is once again carrying this early game. But he also has a majority of his team's kills. If this game makes it a little longer, let that Gangplank scale up. This Nidalee will fall off, because in the later stages of the game, no crowd control, not being a tank, and not able to pick people off, not going to be as big.
They're really forcing this fight here. Johnny's going to get stunned up onto the turret by the Crystalline Arrow. Now Niji's going to get snared up as well. And I mean, they're not going to, I suppose, lose too much for it. They won't lose a death or anything, but that's a lot of time spent, a lot of ultis burned, basically nothing gained.
And I'm beginning to wonder whether or not Zenith's macro play was actually that good in the other 2 games that they won, because they threw Game 3 because of poor macro, honestly. Game 1, they were getting destroyed the whole game until they came back via the split push, which was maybe just the one player, and now they're just kind of getting styled on and making some questionable decisions.
Tuesday has a questionable decision himself, though, walking right into 3 members. He has to flash back out of there as a pillar comes down to cut him off. Alorum teleporting in on his back, as well as going to be taunting in onto Johnny and giving Tuesday a little bit of revenge as a crystalline brick of ice finds its way right into his face. Vladimir is on a rampage, and aptly so. Meanwhile, Brian pushing top is going to be answered by a teleport.
Zenith fighting the 4 versus 5. They go for this Mountain Drake without a teleport on your Gangplank into a Shen. I don't know what they're thinking. It feels like they're just kind of losing it mentally at this point because, yes, they're only down 1,000 gold, but the past couple of games have not looked sharp from them whatsoever, and this one, not going well either.
Yeah, it may just be fatigue on the side of Zenith. I mean, it looks like it, given the pattern of gameplay that we've seen. The first 2 games, they were playing to their absolute limits. I mean, we had a 45-minute game, and we had a victory that was won by a backdoor by a single player who managed to split push for half the damn game. And that sort of thing is taxing, you know? It's a victorious experience. It feels good. You get the adrenaline pumping, but after that, you come down off the high, and, you know, maybe Flashpoint just is better at handling that.
And you also have to wonder, what time zone are these players in? Because if they're East Coast, yeah, the ping's nice for the first couple of hours, but now it's approaching 1 a.m. for any East Coast players. Potentially might have school in the morning. I don't know exactly what their situations are, but it can be really brutal to stay up that late playing League of Legends all day.
Yeah, I mean, you probably speak from experience.
I have played.
You've been in a few tournaments, yeah, haven't you?
Yeah, I used to be in the IPL on Team Exile, but those days are past. As transitioned into the caster role. Have some slight experience.
And happy to have you, buddy.
Teams. I'm
happy to
have you too, Octavian.
Oh, you don't have me yet. Dinner first.
Oh, dinner.
Anyways, we'll save that for after the broadcast. Very Bitter takes a tower shot, but seems his way back out of there nice and quick. The Empowered Soul Flare does some good damage. The culling body blocked for the most part by Joyle. Not exactly the one you want taking. His collateral damage comes over the wall. Big old water balloon prompting a heal. But Johnny may still find a mark on Very Bitter here, but this is about enough time for Vladfire to show up to the melee, and he is happy to wield a spear or two. Tosses him away, though. One of them landing into
when the spears don't connect, Nidalee loses a lot of her effectiveness.
There's a cannon barrage to protect the turret.
Yeah, that's a good use out of that Gangplank ulti there. Keep that first tower alive. This is probably the latest we've gone without seeing that first structure being dropped by either team, honestly. Usually the towers are where the gold lead has been won, and because no towers are off the map yet, it's still within 1,000 gold between these two teams. Flashpoint just barely edging out Zenith.
Yeah, and I mean, Zenith certainly aren't showing up perhaps as well as they've done in previous games in the series, but you could say the same of Flashpoint. They haven't shown up as well as they've done in previous games of the series as well. It's really holding rather even so far. I'd say the biggest discrepancy is between Johnny and Vladfire, and this is the same matchup we saw last game, the Grays versus the Nidalee, but as you said, for Vladfire, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'd say for Johnny that it was broke. Yeah, so that's he going to take down the turret as he goes for a dive that isn't a dive for very long, but he may still pay for it with his life. The Chrono Break already being used, and Vladfire will execute him there with the takedown.
Now, yes, kill for tower in general is worth it, but that tower was so low already that I feel like he could have just waited a little bit longer. There was no pressure that Flashpoint was putting down to take a tower for themselves. Now the towers end up getting traded when all is said and done, and Sudsy actually goes for an item that I hardly ever see, going for the Hextech GLP on the mid lane Echo. The only other champion I really see that on would be maybe the Aurelion Soul or some select Kassadin players.
The Hextech Big Gulp, as I like to call it.
Hextech Big Gulp, I love it.
It's got such a horrible name for casting. It really ticked me off when they released that item. Like, do they just not think about things when they name the items? It's a GLP 6000 or whatever. How do you say that in play-by-play? Because, like, if it ever is meta, people are going to use it in, like, clutch situations. You got to say the name. Alarm with the Shadow Dash flash.
Solo kill. Once again for Lauren up there. Obviously that kill never happens if Vladfire doesn't make his presence known, force Brian under the tower, but an early orange there from Brian means that Alarm gets the taunt flash, lands it absolutely wonderfully, picks up the kill there onto that Gangplank.
Quite literally a flashy play. And just really well done too. I mean, like, he didn't have much of a window left in the Shadow Dash duration to finish that flash. You can sort of flash at any point during the Shadow Dash animation and it'll still taunt people that you hit. So he flashed right at the end of it to get the maximum distance out of it. Quite impressive, mechanically speaking.
Alorm has definitely impressed this series. On the Maokai pick into the Echo, did very, very well last game. Did a great job as well. Once again, with the solo kill here, we've come a long way from the top lane Lulu that we saw earlier in this series. Definitely doing better for himself after that match.
Well, what is the next move then, and which team is going to make it? That is the question. As Flashpoint certainly seem to be the ones in the lead, but it looks like Zenith actually want to take down another turret for themselves up here in the top side. They haven't got much work left to do on it, only a few hundred hit points remaining. And they've sent their duo up there.
Okay, we're going to watch this first.
Oh, there's the oranges eaten, but the arrow will be dropped in response, but they are turning and turning quickly, but it may be turned back on them with a Shen now teleporting in. Well, if Ash dies before he can get there, he's not going to arrive all that happily.
The burst is too strong, and that's an Infernal spawning at the perfect timing for Zenith. Now, yes, they will likely sacrifice this turret in the top lane, as they're in a 2 versus 3, but they dodge the spear.
Oh, Vladfire may not have even needed to land it, though. The guy does so much damage at this point. King Vex still has to flash out of there.
Definitely a worth trade for Zenith, as they're already the ones looking to scale up into the later stages of the game. The Infernal Drake definitely going to help them out in that area. And the turrets are frankly just going to be evened up as they kind of let that one go for the scaling. And they're not even letting that go. They are down in the bottom lane on a tier 2 tower. Teleport in from Shen.
In the meantime, Niji is getting shredded, but he manages to flash over a wall, and the teleport in from Shen is not going to be there in time. Yeah, doesn't save the turret. And that's Zenith striking back. They're not laying down and dying. They're kicking here.
Octavian, how have I said that the teams have been winning the games this whole series?
Off the back of turrets.
Turrets, and that is what Zenith's doing. They're down in down in kills, just like they were in the first game of the series. But they're playing the map play. They're going for the split pushes. Not even necessarily split push. They're grouping up with multiple members in side lanes and taking down these towers, playing it wonderfully. Down 6 kills, relatively even in gold with an Infernal Drake to their name.
A little bit of sepia tone League of Legends for all you wonderful folks out there in the audience, as we will hopefully be getting back into the action very shortly. In the meantime, let's examine the rift that we have in front of us. There's nothing interesting here. Last time we paused in the Baron pit, and we could point out all the different various bits of armaments around the pit. I don't know if you were casting with me then. Was that you?
Are you talking about the last pause in the series, or the last pause in the series before this?
The last pause in the series before this. It was one that was particularly egregious, lasted around 10 minutes, and I explored thoroughly all the different axes and helmets and such that were in that. Yes, the game in the half, as is so endearingly termed.
That is partially where the meme was born, if anyone can consider it a meme, because it's pretty much just me and you and a couple members of Twitch chat, but we're out of that pause at least.
Yes, it was not very long.
Knock on wood. Everyone help me out. Knock on some wood.
Anyways, I'm glad I have a desk handy. Anyways, I think this is Flashpoint's game to lose at this point. They may not have a huge gold lead, but they've got a lot more freedom on the map. They've got vision control mostly in their favor, and they're the ones who can dictate plays, especially with an Ashe in their team. But I don't know. It seems like the path forward may not be super clear for them, but I feel like they are the ones with a path forward.
Sudsy gets stunned up, but more aptly, I think, Octavian, it's Vladfire's game to lose. 7 kills on this Nidalee. He has 3 items compared to Johnny's 2 that just got completed for Johnny, going for the very early Mercurial Scimitar, which I think is actually a fantastic pickup for him. And I would like to see Najiji either pick up a Mikhail's Crucible or see King Vex get a QSS of his own, because the CC coming out of Flashpoint is absolutely ridiculous. Now Sudsy in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's going to buy as much time as he can. He knows he's got Johnny coming in, but that may not be very much backup. Meanwhile, the Gangplank ulti is dropped as well. They're throwing everything they can at this fight to try and get Sudsy out of there, but the rescue mission is failed.
Vladfire wants back in.
Now Johnny's the one who needs rescuing. Vladfire instantly deletes him. Not much time left for him to contemplate the error of his ways.
They're pulling back for Baron now. This is risky once again. Only
this is their pattern, though.
Minutes in. 23 minutes in.
They
Gold lead
always
is
go for
close.
these.
Yeah, they've done it, and they've thrown games off of this. Brian is still up. King Vex is still up.
There is no gangplank ulti though. That's pretty key.
They can't get it in time.
Yeah, the Baron goes down. There's no chance at a steal. Vladfire easily able to secure that. Particularly easy when there's no enemy jungler around. And that's now a huge lead for them.
Johnny. I mean, I was kind of joking about it earlier whenever, you made a questionable play and kicked your mid laner inside of Tom Kench's belly into the enemy team, but now it really is kind of faltering for him. He got taken off of those aggressive junglers in the Nidalee, in the Lee Sin. Bander picked away from him, and his Graves has not been impressive, to say the least. At least compared to Vladfire. He hasn't been playing terribly, but Vladfire has been outclassing him in nearly every way. And now they got a Baron to show for it.
Yeah, particularly over these last two games, Vladfire's Nidalee has been pretty much textbook. He's played this game like it was just an extension of the last one, Like he never missed a beat between going from one game to another. It's as if he was still just as far ahead, had just as much of a tempo advantage from minute one in this match. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've said it a few times this stream, but it's really appropriate.
And you could just see in the last team fight, I said I was worried about Flashpoint being able to actually engage these fights with a frontliner, but I said that the Stand United onto Vladfire was going to be their way in off of a nice pick of the with an Ash Arrow, and they did it down to the word for word in the textbook. They did it. Now Vladfire might need
that was a little bit of an overextension, leaping behind enemy lines into 5 members of the enemy team. He may be or may have been 8-1. That does not give you license to go quite that ham. And as a result, now he's 8-2.
Yeah, Vladfire. Keep saying Vlad Flyer, but I don't think he's passing out any handouts here in this game. It's Tuesday, no flash, has to go.
Yeah, and they're throwing quite a lot his way. His passive ain't gonna mean much when there's nobody there, and he's a vessel for Alorum to teleport in onto.
I mean, Flashpoint, they get the Baron, they don't throw there at least, but they throw away the entire benefit of having a Baron buff. If you get picked during that duration, the usefulness of that is cut down heavily because you don't have 5 members on the map.
Oh, that Chrono Break was beautiful from Sudsy, managing to avoid the stun, but it will not be enough. There's a teleport now coming in for the gangplank. King Vex is getting some great damage down onto Joyle. King Vex is going hard this particular skirmish. Very Bitter's going to drop as well as Brian finishes him off. This is bought enough time for Vladfire to show up, though. And he is quite a lot of their power right now. If he can just find his way onto Brian, and Brian is surely dead, but he manages to sidestep the spear. He's going to get a speed buff off of this barrel, and I think he's made it out. Yeah, he's clear.
Zenith, once again, shrinking that gold lead from Flashpoint now, just sitting around 2,000 gold. Looks like Flashpoint should be able to get this dragon, but Johnny may have something else in mind. Will he go for it?
I think he very well may. This is Volcanic Drake, one of the best ones after all, but looks like he doesn't have the guts in the end.
It's so hard to steal from a Nidalee too, with the execute damage on the takedown.
And he would have been signing himself a death warrant.
Exactly. The nice thing about Graves in the jungle also is that you can steal objectives very easily, but he's on the wrong side to steal Dragon. If he was blue side this game and was able to just hop over the wall, collateral damage back out, get it or don't get it, you're probably going to live. This game, he's in a much better position to steal a Baron because he can kind of hover on the outside of that wall, go in and go out as he pleases. Not going to work out, though, as they give up the Infernal.
I mean, but with how heavily Flashpoint focuses Baron in these games, maybe that comes into play later. That may be a glimpse of what is to come, as this game is not going down easily for either side. I mean, Zenith lost that Baron earlier, but because of a few good picks, they managed to stave it off pretty nicely, and they're certainly at a disadvantage, but it's not a game-losing one. Not yet.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Johnny can't steal Baron if he's dead while it's being taken, so he has to definitely be very, very careful about where he steps on this map, because it's easy to take out a Graves, We mentioned how the Tom Kench was a valuable pick in these, up against the Ashe in these
I don't think that Brian can handle this. Alorum even has a Guardian Angel, and he hasn't even managed to touch him yet. Brian has absolutely no stake in this fight whatsoever, and now he's just trying his best to rush away. It looks like Alorum won't be able to catch up to him, but that was an ill-advised skirmish.
And that's probably one of the reasons why Gangplank and Echo are so popular right now. Yes, they do incredibly well in team fights and 1v1s, but they're also so good at just leaving skirmishes in the top lane, especially up against these top laners that are more wet noodle fight champions, the big tanks like Shen. They can just leave if they get in trouble with a chrono break or a nice speed up off of last hitting one of the barrels.
But I mean, how does Brian stop the oncoming tide that is Alorum Shen? He's roaming now towards the top side because maybe there's going to be a team fight breaking out up there. He's already dropped the cannon barrage. He doesn't have that pressure anymore. But meanwhile, Alorum is just steadily moving closer and closer to the base. It looks like they've sent King Vex back to deal with him. That means they lose the secondary turret top.
Bad. See, Brian just needs to hold the lane against Alorum because he can wave clear for days. He wants the farm coming into him. And then as soon as Alorum uses his Stand United to help his team out, he has a free lane. He can either drop the cannon barrage and continue pushing, like in Game 1, take down those towers, go for the split push style, or he can teleport in to try and help out his team. He's got options. He just can't straight up fight Alorum in the 1v1 at the moment.
Yeah, Alorum is an absolute menace right now. He's a mega tank. He's got that triple core of tank items, and he's going to be so difficult to finally deal with because of the Guardian Angel that he's finished off as well. And I don't see any point in the near future where Brian's going to be able to contend with him outside of just stopping the minions that he pushes. And I don't know, maybe that's enough for right now, and maybe Brian will eventually scale to the point where he can deal with him. But that's kind of rough, I'd say, for the moment.
It's rough, but at the same time, Gangplank, he loves to farm. He doesn't need to get solo kills. He doesn't have to be winning in the lane because we all know how much damage Gangplanks can put out come the late game. If you give him 5 to 10 more minutes, when he gets some more of those armor pen items, he is going to be shredding through Flashpoint, who already don't have that beefy of a front line, minus Alorum's Shen.
And Vladfire's usefulness will start to falter a little bit. I mean,
boy.
Nidalee doesn't fall off super hard in the late game, but she certainly isn't quite as powerful as she is in the early and mid. But this Baron is certainly looking to put a kickstart in the game. There's a cannon barrage, a nicely placed pillar as well, cuts them off, and they're going to scare him off the Baron for the moment, but it's at the cost of an ulti. And they are not scared for very long. It looks like they're going to go right back to it, maybe.
Zenith with a nice push off of the Baron Flashpoint. Obviously don't really want to go that far forward, and Brian actually really nicely there roamed up into the top lane. That means he still has the teleport to answer against Alorum's Stand United, and he just looks like he wants to keep chasing him down. Or not.
Yeah, it really, I think, depends on whether or not he can land these barrels, because those do have the inbuilt armor penetration. But that's the teleport now. They're pulling the trigger on at least one summoner spell. Brian's going to get caught off by a wall. There's the arrow as well. He's already eaten the oranges, but looks like he's K. Anyways, his very bitter gets decimated there in the wrong part of town. There's the dash in from Vladfire, but he gets instantly exhausted. Beautifully played. Oh, man, that was absolutely great from Nijijian.
And they've got the inside track on mid lane right now. They can zone Flashpoint out of here. They have a free tower.
Brian may yet go down, though, and Tuesday, yeah, he claims a life. There's a double taunt from Alorum! Flashpoint turned this one around despite being 2 kills down. A triple kill going over to Tuesday. Oh, there's the flash forward. He's not done. Or he's done. Or maybe not. I don't know. Alorum's chasing with the shadow dash. They may yet catch on to Sudsy, but he's going to be able to phase dive over the wall. No, he parallel convergences. He gets the stun. He's got just enough mana to phase dive. He makes his way over. But Flashpoint says, sure, we'll take a Baron instead.
I don't know about that. They don't have a smite, and Johnny is on his way. The
question all depends on how fast Johnny can get here.
Fast enough. And Joyful isn't hitting it. He may very well have a steal attempt.
Oh, the arrow onto Johnny to stun him, and yeah, that is the secure for Flashpoint, but at what cost? Tuesday gets popped into his passive. Johnny is there, but he doesn't have a lot of damage yet. He still hasn't had a lot of room in this game to scale up. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. The Gangplank ulti plus the Thunderlord actually gets the snipe, if you can call it that, onto Joyle. A snipe with a cannon barrage doesn't sound quite as skillful.
I mean, he calls in the airstrikes. At least he's got good aim, calls in for those GPS coordinates, a little bit around that Baron buff, going towards the blue buff, whatever you want to call it. But You know, Zenith, they had the fight won. All they have to do is continue kiting out Flashpoint, but when they're the ones running into the fight, into that lineup, Alorum lands a great taunt, and Tuesday, with the Glacial Storm there, Brian is just sitting in that. He suicided inside of the Glacial Storm.
Oh, Blackfire maybe getting a little bit greedy here. Oh, he almost got interrupted by that pillar. It looks like he did get interrupted while taking the Drake. Oh, he's leaping back over the wall. I am unsure about that play. Did that barrel just get knocked back? What?
I don't know exactly what happened, except that Vladfire thought that an Ocean Drake was worth suiciding over, and he didn't even get the Ocean Drake for himself.
Hello.
Hey! Excitement.
Director camera went for a little bit of a field trip there.
It was locked on onto Sudsy, and he ulted back towards the dragon. Not really sure why. It's not like they're trying to push anything, but they do have about 30 seconds before Vladfire returns back onto the rift. Maybe they can make a push out of it, but Brian's recalling. King Vex is still not really.
Could catch very bitter. There's the Hextech gulp, but he doesn't.
It's a 3v4 at the moment. If Alorum stand united.
Oh, Johnny gets stunned into the turret. He has to burn his cleanse. Now Very Bitter gets the benefit of quite a few shields. But he still may yet go down. He's standing in the cannon barrage. It's a killing spree for Brian.
All right,
that was a lot burned for a Karma.
Yeah, they go risky there, get the pick, and now...
Yeah, Niji's going to fall. That's a support now traded for a support. Sudsy's going to get taunted there. He has a Chrono Break out. Johnny's turning a very dangerous corner. But Alorum does not turn to focus on him, neither does Tuesday. Now Sudsy's diving for the backlines. He gets quite a large shield, and Brian is on a rampage. His gangplank has been taking off like a rocket the last few minutes.
Anivia just got bursted out by the gangplank. We said, let him get some more armor pen. Now he has the Trinity Force, plus Maw, plus Yomu's, plus a Lord Dominic's Regards. He's at 5 items right now, 3 of which are absolute armor pen. He is shredding through anything that Flashpoint is trying to build to resist him. And resistance is futile up against the gangplank in the late game. They're going to have to burst him down very quickly if they don't want him pumping out ridiculous DPS in these fights.
Yeah, if it flies, leaps, or shoot arrows, Brian is able to kill it with a barrel, and we've been doing quite well on that recently. We'll see whether or not that can translate into maybe some split pushing pressure, if we can indeed bookend the series with gangplank split pushes. You have a worried look on your face, Ender. What's going on?
I don't know what Joyful's building with the Jarum's Fist right now. I mean, it could be a Steric's Gauge, which,
maybe.
I mean, it has merit to it, but I almost feel like the Maw's a little bit better because it also has the added benefit of giving you some armor penetration, and it's flat armor pen. Flat armor pen is absolutely fantastic against targets with little resistances as far as armor goes, and the only armor item whatsoever built up by Zenith is a Zonia's Hourglass on Sudsy. There's nothing else on the side of Zenith, so I think the Maw would help him shred through these members on Zenith Esports.
Parallel Convergence is going to land but not be followed up. And Sudsy didn't want to dash quite that deep. And it looks like Flashpoint's gambit now is to stack 5 mid and just try and pressure their way into some more turrets.
Here comes the split push from Brian, though. He's already working on it. Flashpoint are going to look for a 5 versus 4 here, but Brian does have TP.
Oh no, Johnny. Johnny gets eliminated almost instantly. King Vex is going to cleanse his way out of a Shadow Dash from Alorum, as Sudsy has to Chrono Break out of a engagement that didn't look so nice anymore.
Stone recalls for Brian right now.
If they can manage to. That
Can
ward...
he pillar Alorum? I don't think so.
Oh, he did it!
Oh, he did! He got it!
Yeah, King Vex, though, gets stunned out there.
Down the ball lane.
Oh, we do have a teleport, though. We have a teleport coming in onto the minion.
Brian might be able to ignore him, though.
He gets taunted, but he's able to BK with some oranges, and with the Trinity Force procs, he is absolutely decimating this inhibitor. And oh my god! This is the same story we saw in Game 1. Can Brian 1v1 the Shen? Oh, a beautiful double stun from Tuesday! Oh! King Vex pays for that one with his life, and now Tuesday is looking for more blood. Sudsy's going to Chrono Break backwards, however, he gets some good damage on a Tuesday, a stun on a Very Bitter as well. Nice happy feet dodging around all the skill shots being tossed his way. The zone used to buy some time. Parallel Convergence comes down, he gets the instant stun and shield, but it will not be enough. as Vladfire makes him pay, but Johnny is there for a little bit of payback himself, but Joyle is there to flash forward, and things are just happening everywhere all at once. Alorem is actually going to be dropped into the Guardian Angel. Brian is uncontested, pushing in onto these Nexus turrets. The Shadow Dash, though, he has to flash away as Alorem revives, and now it's a 3v1 mad dash for the finals of the IPL. This is it. This is the end.
That's game.
Or not. There's a teleport in from the gangplank. Tuesday gets chunked. The Nexus turret still has yet to fall. Yeah, this is too much to ask of one measly pirate. And that's Flashpoint ending the game, ending the series, ending the season with style.
Oh my god. Brian tried to have a repeat performance of Game 1 in the series. That was almost 5 hours ago. That was 5 hours ago, honestly, when he was able to take down the Nexus of Flashpoint in Game 1. This time, Alorem was able to stall him out for long enough so that the base race went in favor of Flashpoint. That is the reverse sweep. They were down 2-0 in this series, and Zenith was just about to win the game in Game 3. Flashpoint turn it around and win the next 3 in a row in style. And they're your IPL champions, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, and with that decided and Game 5 finished, that will be Flashpoint taking home the trophy and taking home the title of #1 in this season of the IPL, the Imperial Pro League. My name is Octavian. I have been joined tonight by the illustrious Ender_L. If you liked either of our performances, you can follow us on Twitter, and if you liked the stream overall, then please do tap that follow button. It means quite a bit to us here, as we will be getting our next season undergoing very shortly. And there's going to be a lot more IPL to watch. And hey, tomorrow and the night after, you got this guy again to watch the Imperial Amateur League. I mean, I'm not going to be around. I'm going to be on a flight to Nicaragua, but this guy will be here to keep you some company.
Yeah, you get
he's
two
good company.
best of 5 series with just my voice to listen to us. So I know you guys are excited for that and are going to be back here at least tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you to anybody who tuned in. Thank you to anybody who followed us. And thank you to anybody who even just gave us the time of day to give us your eyes for a few hours. I'm Octavian. I'm joined by Ender_L. And you all have a great night, folks.